Good afternoon or morning. Welcome back to WillBrattonWx. We're live a little bit later than we had originally anticipated, but we are here live. We have a tornado warning right now in Indiana. It's only got 6 minutes remaining. It's a big old QLCS threat here. It's probably going to be lifted soon, and then they may put a new one downstream of it. We do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning paired with that. We've seen winds already this morning up to above 100 miles per hour, I believe. Right now, we're tagged with up to 80 mile per hour winds. That's going to include Elkhart, Kosciuszko, LaGrange, Noble, and Whitley counties in Indiana. So there's a lot going on. We got storm chaser Mikey Plemons in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. He is out there in Indiana. He's headed right towards this destructive severe thunderstorm warning as we speak. He's actually just to the south, or if not already inside. Yeah, he's just inside the polygon here. So he's kind of in the middle of all of this crazy wind action going on. You can see some of these really intense winds back here headed towards areas like Milford in Indiana. And again, this is in northern Indiana where we're looking right now. We are watching this giant wind bag for the Midwest and into the Ohio Valley. We also have that earlier round of storms that we talked about yesterday. That did go through. It produced a couple of tornado warnings. No tornadoes as far as I know. But there have been a few tornado warnings, and this one here near like Bald Knob or Whitesville, that looks like it's definitely producing some strong gusty winds there without a doubt. So still a little bit of a wind bag rolling on through West Virginia. This is pretty much well past Charleston at this point. So we are kind of into central southern West Virginia here, where the main concern is in that neck of the woods. But our number one concern across the entire map right now is going to be out here in Indiana, where we have a handful of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings out here a little bit north of Indianapolis. And then in northern Indiana, we have this destructive severe thunderstorm warning with up to 80 mile per hour winds, maybe even gusting higher than that. There is a lot of wind to deal with today. So I hope everyone's doing okay. Again, I apologize for not being live a little bit sooner. But Mikey's going to have a great feed for us in the bottom left-hand corner. We do have Drew Brummel out there as well. And I think I may have some footage that I can share from him here soon. He had some unbelievable footage. Your power went out yesterday for 11 hours. That is not ideal. Hopefully it's back on now for you. Legacy, have a good broadcast. Weather Wisdom, Addy, AJSC, Kaysen. See who else we got. Liam, good to see all you guys in the chat today. In this early afternoon. It is a work day, so I suspect that a lot of folks will not be tuning into weather broadcasts this afternoon, which is totally okay. But I do appreciate those of you who are out here with us today. But of course, it's not about necessarily the numbers. It's about trying to make sure that we can be live to give good coverage and help people stay safe for those who might be impacted by these storms. But these storms have been pretty vicious all morning. We can see a very clear Boeing segment here on radar. 1 second. Gotta get my pen tool out. Here we go. So here's that clear Boeing segment here on radar with these winds just barreling down towards the east, eventually towards Fort Wayne here. And they rolled through the Chicago area earlier, where I believe there were wind gusts in excess of 100 miles per hour. So a very, very vicious storm system, just producing a ton of wind. I don't believe there have been any confirmed tornadoes, but I will say this looks good at the upper levels near Frankfurt. Let's see what the Indianapolis radar has to say about it. Okay, never mind. So, man, at the upper levels, that looked kind of crazy. Papa Earl, good to see you in the chat. Yeah, a very vicious windbag continuing to roll on through. This tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire in 2 minutes if they don't lift it before that, even. They may issue a new one downstream. Logan, good to see you out in the chat too. Yeah, we just went live. We literally just went live like less than 10 minutes ago. There is a lot of wind with these storms, and that trend is going to continue for quite a while. We are expecting this windbag to just continue barreling on through Indiana, eventually into Ohio, maybe even northern Kentucky. And then eventually into West Virginia, too, of course. Then we'll have a second wave of storms that's going to fire off later this evening, where we could see a little bit more supercellular action. I do still think that a few supercells capable of producing tornadoes are not going to be entirely impossible out in the Dakotas, maybe near Bismarck or in northern South Dakota. I still think that is very much in the cards. I know there isn't a tornado risk there from the Storm Prediction Center, but I personally do think that it is at least somewhat possible that we see a sneaky couple of tornadoes start to show up in that region. Frankly, I'm pretty surprised that we don't have at least a 2% tornado risk up there in the Dakotas, because that trend really has been in place for a little while now. I first noticed it like yesterday morning, and I was like, man, that looks pretty all right out there in the Dakotas for Tuesday night. We talked about it in our forecast video yesterday morning as well. Yeah, Liam, you're more than welcome to use our Storm Prediction Center visualization outlooks, or outlook visualizations, I should say, on any of your content. Just make sure that you credit us or include this little, you'll see this little tag in the bottom left-hand corner down here that just says the source is from the Storm Prediction Center and WillBrattonWx.com. Just make sure you include that. But other than that, you're more than welcome to use our visualizations. And that tornado warning has been lifted, or has expired, I should say. So no tornado warnings on the map. But we do still have a destructive windbag in Indiana right now. When you look at our velocities here, you just see how the stark difference. I mean, this is just a very, very powerful windbag. You can see a lot of these blues getting into the mix here too. Even pretty close to the radar. Again, just west of Milford, where like near Bremen or Napanee, Lakeville, areas like that, all these blues getting tossed into the mix here. Let me like circle it in, I guess, magenta, so you can actually see it. This is what I'm talking about. In this area, you're looking at winds being sustained at around 1,500 feet in excess of 70 miles per hour. So at the surface, obviously friction is going to slow those winds down a little bit, but the sustained winds at the surface could be maybe around 45 to 50 miles per hour in those areas, with gusts well above 60 miles per hour, maybe even above 70 miles per hour, which is why we have that destructive severe thunderstorm warning downstream here, because those winds are going to be most potent really along the leading edge of our windbag here. This white line, essentially, as it continues to barrel on down towards the southeast. Eventually, it's going to roll on through Fort Wayne, down into Ohio, and then eventually it'll continue through all the way down into like West Virginia type of area. This storm is probably going to go something along this type of trajectory here. It'll kind of follow this white line. But a vicious windbag absolutely in place nonetheless. Dayton, Ohio is probably going to get some strong gusty winds today. There's a very, very slim risk that you could see a tornado out in that area. Models show this pushing southeast. Some show a strong push towards Louisville. I don't think it's going to make it quite as far as Louisville, but I do think that they're going to continue down towards the south and southeast, into like northern Kentucky and into West Virginia. That first arrow I drew is not very good. The second arrow is a little more indicative of what I think is probably going to happen. Maybe not that exact trajectory, but that ending location, something like this, maybe. How's it, Dr. Pepper? It's good. Jill's Dreams, good to see you in the chat. Sorry, coming in a little bit late. And possibly miss Far East Ohio and Western Pennsylvania. Yeah, I definitely think that out in like farther Eastern Ohio, you're not going to be looking at as significant of a risk with this storm anyway, like closer to Pittsburgh, with this initial wave of storms. But then there's going to be that second wave that's going to roll through, and I think that's going to stay to your southwest as well. But that second wave will come through in the later evening hours tonight. Will this storm be a derecho? It might end up being a derecho. We will see where how those damage reports come in over the next day or two. That destructive severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, has been downgraded to a general severe thunderstorm warning. So winds have definitely downtrended quite a bit with this storm. You'll see a lot of these very bright blues in here have begun to dramatically fade away into greens with this storm. So definitely not one that appears anyway that it is producing 80-mile-per-hour winds. We still have a stronger storm just north of Indianapolis, though. And this one, honestly, near Michigan town. This is not terribly high in the air. This is only around 2,800 feet. Some really, really strong winds in here. Now, these are getting on the order of 80 miles an hour near Michigan town at 2,800 feet in the air. The second wave is the danger for Louisville to Cincinnati. Yes, I would say, especially Cincinnati. I don't know really. Louisville is probably not going to get a ton on the order of severe weather in general today, or even tonight. It's more of Cincinnati, and maybe like towards Columbus that I'd be worried about with the second wave. Towards like Huntington as well. Still looking at, again, very, very strong winds out here north of Indianapolis. You can see that outflow boundary really showing up here on radar. Just winds just getting kicked out like crazy from the storm. Very, very strong one out here. CJ, good to see you in the chat. Almost 1 million people with no power right now. Yeah, I believe it. This type of wind will do that. So you think we're going to miss it out completely in the Pittsburgh area? You might get some storms, but I think generally you're not going to get a lot in Pittsburgh, really. It's going to be more to your southwest. All right. Glad to be here. It's that Chicago to DC route that always seems to take it on the chin from these. Yep. That is exactly what's happening. That is exactly what's happening. Yeah, I feel like storms, unless they take a U-turn, have already decided where they're going. Yeah, no, these storms are guided by that upper level synoptic flow. They're not really going to change direction all that much. They're just kind of continuing on their merry little way down to the southeast. Yeah, you're not wrong, CJ. It does always seem like these they love to kind of roll through this this path from like Chicago down through Indianapolis, through Cincy, and then eventually like through maybe Charleston. Yeah, I did see that 40% chance of tropical cyclone formation in the Atlantic. I did see that. We we might get an upgrade to a destructive here, by the way, on this storm near Sheridan, the one just north of Indy. So it would be this polygon right here. It's tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds, but I do think it might get an upgrade to a destructive here, as looks like a little rear inflow jet action starting to kick these winds like due south. It looks like right here, like through Sheridan. It's basically headed right towards Indianapolis. So that's going to be one to watch very closely. Man, this windbag just will not let up, though. I'll tell you that much. National Weather Service thinks it's done in the Pittsburgh area, removing the flood watch. Yeah, it makes sense. I would agree. Model guidance seems pretty consistent on that opinion? Yeah, this is definitely concerning me here near like Sheridan or Elizaville, specifically because we're seeing these 80-mile-per-hour winds being picked up by the radar unit. And this is only 1,600 feet in the air. So if that's how fast they are, just a little bit aloft, obviously friction is going to lower them at the surface, but you can get wind gusts that are definitely reaching that, 70 mile per hour, maybe 80 mile per hour mark. I would definitely be supportive of a destructive on this storm. If I could put the severity slider out of 10 for today, what would it be? I mean, the severity slider is usually like the way we use it is based on the Storm Prediction Center's convective outlook threat. So it's a 1 to 5. We just mirror what they use because we don't want to provide any conflicting information from what NOAA provides. Basically, if NOAA thinks, I think you get into really dangerous territory when you start issuing like your own watches and outlooks and warnings. I think it can be really dangerous because the more confusion you provide, the less likely people are to have the full understanding of what's happening. And then if they don't understand it, they're not going to pay attention. So I think it's really so that's why we do that. Like I really heavily disagree with people who issue like especially their own watches and warnings and things like that. I think that's really bad and really dangerous. But in terms of your own outlooks, that's not as bad at all. That's definitely not as bad, but I still am not exactly for it. But if I had to make the severity slider a 1 to 10 scale and put it for today, it would kind of depend on the criteria. If we were talking about just 1 to 10 in terms of a wind threat, I'd probably put it at like a 7, maybe an 8 on the day, because it's one of those where 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts were literally a guarantee today. So that's probably what I would have gone with. And again, like I said, I would still be supportive of a destructive severe thunderstorm warning tag on this storm here, especially near like Sheridan and Elizaville. And this is just north of Indy. Seagray was How you doing today? It's good to see you. It's raining for us. Where is us? Just so you guys know what the plan is, by the way, we'll probably be live for a couple more hours here, and then we'll take a break for at least a few hours while we wait on that second round of storms to fire off. And then we go live again, maybe around like, I don't know, 8 p.m. or something like that. Maybe 9. Maybe even a little bit sooner, depending on the storms in the Dakotas, because those might fire off as early as like 6 p.m. But yeah, we'll stay live here for at least a couple, like another hour or two at the very least. This is not going to be like a super long broadcast today, because it's more of a windbag threat. But we're staying live for now. We're not going anywhere right this minute, of course. But we'll eventually end the broadcast at some point later on in this afternoon. And then possibly a second broadcast, depending on how things go with that second round of storms, both in the Indiana, Ohio region, as well as, or I guess really a third round on the day for that area. But then there's a possibility for those other storms to fire off out in the Dakotas, which could pose some problems. We'll take a quick, I'll just show you really quick what I'm talking about. So here's in the Dakotas, you're going to see that storms are forecast consistently amongst modeling to fire off in the Dakotas here. Looks like they have a couple firing off near Rapid City, closer to the down towards, like towards Rapid City, South Dakota, near the Badlands, just north of the Badlands, it looks like. And then those storms will roll through by 10 p.m. And then into the later evening hours, we have some other supercells, even like overnight, firing off in the Dakotas. And I do think that any of these storms that can really fire off in the Dakotas and remain discreet will have a decent shot. The environment is not terrible out here. See if I can get a decent sounding to show up. It's probably going to be a little bit tough to get a good one. I'll do my best because so many of these are going to be contaminated soundings. Yeah, so like here's one that shows it's tagged tornado. You can see there's not a ton of 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative felicity, but there is a lot between 1 and 3 kilometers. And then LCLs are a little bit elevated, so it might be a little bit difficult to stretch a tornado to the ground. But there's plenty of mixed layer CAPE. Not much of a cap, at least forecast in some of these areas, but there is going to be a significant cap in general out here in the Dakotas. So it's going to be tough to get storms to actually break through it. If they can break through it, then we could see a couple of tornado producers. Here's a sounding from South Dakota. You can see same deal, not a ton of 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative felicity, and your LCLs are well above 1,000 feet because you have a little bit of drier surface air. But in general, there is at least some tornado threat if any storms can fire off in the Dakotas tonight. So I'm kind of surprised that they didn't issue just like a 2% tornado threat. If they were going to do that, I would have issued it like somewhere in like, maybe that's probably not the best circle. I would have issued like a 2% tornado risk here if I was in the Storm Prediction Center's office. Maybe even like more something like this, like to shrink it down just a little bit. But just in the western part of the Dakotas where some of these storms might fire off and take advantage of that environment, especially in the later hours if those dew point depressions are able to come down a little bit. But yeah, we did get another downstream considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Indianapolis now. So that one's going to be tagged for 70 mile per hour winds, maybe some small hail in there as well. I will say that significant looking wind near Sheridan has really, really decreased here. I honestly would have been supportive of a destructive severe thunderstorm warning on this a few minutes ago. Probably doesn't need one now. But so I don't think this downstream one for Indianapolis needs to be a destructive, but yeah. Earthquake swarm in Southern California. I saw that they put a marginal risk for severe weather tomorrow. I think it was maybe, or maybe I might be losing my mind. There was a marginal risk at some point in SoCal, which I thought was kind of funny. Maybe it was last night. And there's a couple of storms that were still firing off down there in like the southernmost portions of California. But I do think that the weather is really going to calm down a lot after tomorrow, basically. I think tomorrow there's going to be an isolated tornado threat for sure back into Illinois because, of course, that's all we've seen is just more tornadic action in Illinois than ever before this year. Basically, if it's in Illinois, it's bound to explode. That's kind of been the golden rule here so far in 2026. But yeah, tomorrow evening out in Illinois definitely will be one to pay close attention to. There is going to be a decent amount of helicity in that environment. I think storm mode is going to be very messy tomorrow in Illinois, so that's going to be the number one limiting factor. But it's definitely possible that we get a tornado or two tomorrow in Illinois. I still really am honestly surprised they didn't just slap a 2% tornado risk in for the Dakotas just in case. I guess maybe they'll do it on tomorrow's outlook because some of these storms are going to happen after midnight, but I don't know. It was today, but they removed it. Got it. Yeah. I haven't really been paying attention to what's going on in SoCal. It hasn't really been my concern with the giant windbag going on in Indiana. So yeah, Liam, you are correct. A tsunami is basically a shift. It's a giant displacement of water, and that's what causes the wave, the giant wave. It's a plate tectonics theory. Yeah, someone in Illinois definitely like said, these storms ain't nothing last year, and then 2026 decided to give them a little bit of a reality check. They did end up putting that Sig 2 risk, by the way, in northwestern Indiana for earlier today for wind. I don't know if I ever actually showed that. There's that Sig 2 risk that they did have in northwestern Indiana. Of course, the storms are already moved out of that region. So that Sig 2 risk is a null now. Same thing with the tornado threat for like anything past like in this white region. None of that is like valid anymore. That was all for earlier, but there is still a little bit of a threat for a possible spin up embedded tornado in the line as these storms continue to blow on down towards the southeast. I think we'd be most likely to see that in this region, basically through Indy and Cincy. I don't know if I'd call it new. Illinois was always my personal definition of Tornado Alley. Yeah, Tornado Alley is widely debated. Widely debated. Some people have said that it will go as far east as St. Louis. I've never really imagined it that way. I've always more imagined it out in the plains, like out in Kansas and Oklahoma. But Missouri does get a lot of tornadoes. Illinois does get a lot of tornadoes too. Even Iowa. They get all that corn sweat in Iowa, so they get a lot of extra moisture that can sometimes lower those LCL heights and help get tornadoes stretched on down to the surface. We might be seeing a little bit of an uptick in our winds here just north of Indianapolis near Zionsville. So it might be possible here that we get a destructive upgrade at some point. Maybe even we might actually get a tornado warning here. We have a little bit of rotation that looks like it's developing and tightening up here near Lebanon or just to the northwest of Whitestown. So we could get a tornado warning on that. You can see that. You can see that hook, a little bit of an inflow notch starting to form there. So we might get a tornado warning on this. It definitely looks like it might be trying to change that orientation. If the orientation of this little couplet here, right now it's oriented, the axis is more like this. It's more like a diagonal line. If it gets a little bit more horizontal here, more east to west, I would say we would definitely be looking at a tornado warning there. They still might issue one regardless, as it doesn't look half bad. Looks like it's trying to do it. And these types of spin up tornadoes happen very quickly when they happen. So that's going to be one to watch pretty closely here over the next few minutes. You can very clearly see that inflow notch. coming in here. You can see that direct path of our inflow. Mikey is in northeastern Indiana. He's looking for any possible damage. He's behind all the storms now. We got a new reflectivity scan just a moment ago. We're going to get a new velocity scan here in a second. Yeah. It doesn't look incredible, but it could be one that gets tornado warned. Probably not on this frame. If it tightens up on the next frame, we might see a tornado warning on it. But you can see that definitely it almost looks like there was a little bit of a handoff or something that happened here, because now it looks like it's trying to wrap around this direction instead, which would make a little more legit, like a little bit more logical sense to me. So we definitely could see a tornado warning there in the next few minutes. Taylor, how's the couch treating you? Yeah, Mount Sterling's probably going to get some stronger gusty winds a little bit later on. Still watching this little bit of rotation here. Going to get a new scan in a minute. Yeah, it's like very clearly had this established inflow with an area that was trying to come around and wrap up with it, but it fell apart, and now this new area is trying to wrap up with it instead. And that one almost looks a little bit more favorable here, given the location of that inflow notch. So we're going to continue to watch it, though. All right. We got that new scan in, a new reflectivity scan in. We're going to get our new velocity scan in just a moment here. Okay, it looks like it's really falling apart. So no longer a tornado threat there. I think there definitely was a moment here where we had a brief threat for a spin-up tornado. Definitely completely fallen apart here now. So no threat for a tornado there. That is the good news. What is this? Probably nothing. Yeah, nothing really striking my fancy here in terms of any type of a tornado threat. These storms are now starting to get towards the Dayton area here in Ohio, just to the north of Wilmington, west of Columbus. Definitely producing some strong gusty winds out here near Tip City. A lot of interference from the terminal radar there. But here near Tip City, definitely stronger gusty winds. I wouldn't be totally against this being upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but it's kind of fine how it is. But they may go ahead and upgrade this to a considerable here with this uptick in our winds here. We can see a little bit of a clear bowing segment trying to form with this storm, that curved shape on the leading edge of the storm here. So that's going to be one to watch as well. Out near Fort Wayne, that's closer to where Mikey's at, by the way. Mikey is where, I don't know exactly where he went. There he is. He's up here near Milford now. He's kind of looking for any possible storm damage from earlier. Still some stronger storms rolling on through Fort Wayne, though. You can see at around 2,300 feet, some of these winds are coming in at close to 90 miles per hour here. Just a couple of pixels getting closer to 90, well above 80 in some spots. Do I think the Dayton storm is a tornado threat? From what I just looked at a minute ago, no. I'll double check, but I mean, we could possibly see a little spin up situation be possible maybe on the northern part of this storm here, but I highly doubt it. It is possible, but I highly doubt it. The National Weather Service has already tornado warned stuff like that earlier today, so it wouldn't blow my mind if they warned it, but I don't think it's really gonna do anything. Yeah, we finished building that couch last night at like what, 2:30 in the morning or 2:15 in the morning, something like that. Apparently there's something I need to go to tomorrow? Question mark. Okay, no, that's optional. I got it. I got it. Hmm. $22 is unk. That's what we're saying these days. Congrats on 2.1K. I'm almost at 2.2K. Yeah, we are. We're doing very well. I appreciate the congratulations. Of course, it's not necessarily about the numbers, but incredible milestones. And we have some really, really cool content coming soon that I can't wait to share with you guys. By the way, how did I not see CJ's Hugo video? You'd been working on that for a while. And I didn't see that it actually was uploaded. What in the world? I need to watch that. CJ, how did you just not, you just casually just didn't tell me about that? I don't know if you're still in the chat. I don't think he's still in there. I'm going to go ahead and link CJ's Hugo video in the chat really quick for you guys. If anyone wants to give it a watch, don't watch it right now. It's a 41-minute video, but when you have some time, watch this video from CJ. Really, really awesome stuff. I can't wait to watch it. I've been waiting on this one for a while. I say really awesome stuff because CJ made it. I haven't watched it yet, so I don't know. I guess in theory it could suck, but I highly doubt it because CJ is awesome. So I can't wait. Can't wait to watch that. Got like all these. Oh, looks like maybe we lost Mikey's feed. Perhaps. Pretty sure he's still live. I don't know what happened there. There we go. There he is. Sometimes just got to refresh it. Okay, yeah, you are still in the chat, CJ. There you are. Still stronger winds out here near just north of Indianapolis, about to be rolling on through Indianapolis, up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible in there. Near Dayton as well. Still possible that we get an upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. I would be okay with that. I don't think it's super necessary, but I definitely would be okay with it. There also is maybe just the slightest threat for a tornado. If you were going to get it, it would probably be this area right here near like New Carlisle or Donnellsville. It wouldn't blow my mind to see a tornado warning issued on this, to be honest with you, because we are getting a slight kink in our line here, essentially. See that little notch that I drew? That is that little S shape that I always talk about. When you get that, that is always indicative. Yeah, the Dayton storm will be headed towards Mount Sterling eventually here. You might get a couple other storms that pop up in the Mount Sterling area prior to that, though. Still watching the storms in Indy. You can see that very, very obvious outflow boundary here on radar. Looks very, very nice. Definitely a storm that is producing strong gusty winds, maybe up to 70 miles per hour. That's what it's tagged for right now, anyway. The big three. It does look like our storm near Indianapolis is possibly downtrending just a little bit, which would be great, obviously, before, you know, if it would weaken a bit before it rolls right through the greater Indy area, that would be ideal. It's in northern Indianapolis already. Starting to bull on through the downtown area. Maybe something trying to tighten up here again near Whitestown. Worth paying attention to. And then I'm still watching the storm out here near New Carlisle for the potential for a little spin up tornado action. I think it's very unlikely, but it is possible. It would be right in this area if we were going to get one. If you see this this shape right here where you just have this little kink, if that turns into something a little bit more like this, that is the point at which you'll know that a tornado would actually be possible. Yeah, no, I'm never going to be issuing my own watches on the map. I think that's, again, I think that can be dangerous. Again, issuing your own outlooks in your own watches isn't as problematic as issuing your own like warnings. I think that's really, really bad and really dangerous. issuing watches and like outlooks on the map, it's not as problematic, but I still think it is not good. I'm still against it, especially watches. If you want to draw like some circles on the map for like what your outlook is, mimicking, making your own storm prediction center convective outlook, but just not storm prediction center, making your own. That's fine. I don't have like a major problem with that. I still don't love it, but I don't have a major issue with it. But I'm very much against issuing any type of like warning on the map, and I'm definitely not for watches either. That's a personal thing. I think it's very problematic. I think it confuses the public and get very conflicting. That's just me. We got some new downstream severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way, for east of the Indy area near Knightstown, Greenfield, Spiceland, Newcastle. Watches for sure, outlooks I'm fine with. Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, outlooks are not nearly as problematic. If anything, you're just hurting your own credibility if you put out your own outlook and it's wrong. But if you're putting like, watches and warnings on the map that are like telling people to take action, that's where you run into major issues, because you could end up conflicting what the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service offices are saying, and that creates a lot of issues. It does way more harm than good in that situation. Again, still watching the storms out here closer to Enon or Springfield, Ohio, here just north of Dayton, or northeast, I guess, of Dayton, where we could see a little bit of a spin up tornado action possible. This might be tornado possible tagged. I didn't think to check that. It is not tornado possible tagged, but we could see, like I said, a little bit of a kink form in this line. And if we do, we would be looking at more of a tornado threat. Anything that looks like this would definitely promote that tornado threat. Right now, it doesn't exist, but it could. With these types of spin up tornadoes, it usually happens very quickly when it happens. Storm in the Mount Sterling area. Yeah, you got still storms to your west of Mount Sterling. Also to your north, you're going to get hit by some storms for sure. There is a lot of lightning with a lot of these storms too. Go ahead and turn that on. You're going to see these are very, very electrically active. So a lot of rumbles of thunder out there near Indy, near Dayton. Definitely stronger storms and definitely electrically active. Canada issued their first polygon. Nice. It's a historic moment for our friends to the north. Yeah, you can see that outflow boundary very, very clearly on radar here. And the reason I keep highlighting this is really that's the edge of where these winds are at. So when this outflow boundary passes you, you'll see it's already through downtown Indy. When that outflow boundary gets by you, that is when like a lot of those strongest winds will initially start to come through. And then when that actual leading edge of the storm gets there, then you get those big gusts. Oh, will they issue their first polygon? I see. Yeah, I'm sure they will today. I think today is the day they're supposed to start doing that. So I'm sure they will do it if they have any severe weather today. It will still have both, but only the people. Here we go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we got a tornado warning in Kentucky. What's going on in Kentucky? Not been paying any attention to Kentucky. Is it this storm near Pikeville? What's going on here? Did that say Kentucky? Am I losing my mind? We're going to find out in just a minute, I guess. That did not say Kentucky. That said Virginia. Oh, so that's the problem with it being so tiny on my other monitor. Okay, maybe it's this guy here near Saltville. That might be it. It's so small on my second monitor over here. Like I'm squinting to try and read what it says. Yeah. So it's that storm down here near Saltville. I was like, Kentucky would make no sense. I'm so confused. We got a storm or a tornado warning down here near Saltville, Virginia. So we are in westernmost Virginia. Out towards the mountains. And yeah, just a little mini spinny action, a little mini supercell out here. It looks like near Saltville or Broadford. And it's continuing down towards Chilhowie. But this one's not going to last very long. There is other cumulus here right just to its south that's popping up. You're going to notice those storms just starting to fire off over the last few frames. That's probably going to suffocate this storm and potentially kill it off. But we do have a tornado warning nonetheless. Actually, it did uptrend here on the latest scan, the latest velocity scan anyway. But like I said, this is not going to last super long as that inflow is about to get contaminated and cut off by these other storms that are firing off near Glade Spring and Chilhowie. So this storm has a pretty small window to try and produce a tornado here. Probably got another 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. This tornado warning was only issued for 25 minutes. But we're watching it here near Saltville in Virginia. But again, this is a tornado warning. This is for Smith County in Virginia. So if you're in this tornado warning, definitely make sure that you're getting yourself in a basement, as a tornado could definitely be possible, even happening right now, potentially here near Saltville, Allison Gap, just to the northwest of Chilhowie. So if you are in the path of this storm, definitely make sure you're getting yourself to an interiormost room of a sturdy structure, storm shelter, or basement if you got one. Getting a bathroom away from windows. Whatever you need to do, put as much between you and the outside as you can. I will say, looking at our surface winds on METAR here, it doesn't really look that favorable at the surface. Now, we do have plenty of moisture. Our dew points are in the 70s here, just to the southwest of where this is at. And dew points just to the northeast of where it's at are in the mid 60s, but the dew point depression there is only 2 degrees. So that's definitely something that's interesting. But the surface winds don't look incredibly favorable, but you are moving over a very rugged terrain, and that orography can sometimes help enhance a little bit of vorticity and stretch a tornado down to the ground. Still rotation in there. That other cumulus near Chilhowie is just about to start to cut this one off. You can see that gap getting very small here between our Saltville storm and the other storms that are about to cut off that inflow. But a little mini supercell action absolutely in place here. This one's definitely attempting to get something going. Definitely trying. That is our only tornado warning on the map. We do still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning rolling through the Indianapolis area. This original one to the north of Indianapolis is going to be lifted or allowed to expire in 5 minutes. The storm itself now that's capable of producing those 70-mile-per-hour winds rolling on through Indianapolis. It's south of town. The gust front essentially of that storm is south of town now. And the storm itself rolling through Indianapolis, Greenfield, Lawrence, just the greater Indy area, especially just east of town, causing some problems. There's still another storm near Dayton as well on the Ohio side of the border. That one still capable of producing a bunch of wind, but I do think that the tornado threat is definitely increasing right around here near Yellow Springs, as it looks like that kink is just starting to form a little bit in our line of storms here. You can see that S shape starting to form. So the more we get that S shape, the more likely we would be to be tornadic with this storm. So one to watch for another potential tornado warning. I know we've been watching that storm for a while now. And then still watching the one down in Virginia near Saltville, which is tornado warned. That's in Smith County, Virginia. You know what? That's a good tornado warning. I agree. I think this is a good tornado warning. I will say it is just now beginning to get suffocated here. You can see that rotation has significantly downtrended in the latest 2 scans as that inflow is being fully cut off by the storm near Chilhowie. So this tornado warning will not last much longer. It has 18 minutes remaining on it. I doubt it lasts the full time, to be honest with you. We'll see. The next scan or two will kind of tell the story for it here. Still a little bit of rotation in there, but it's weak. It's faint. This is what we're looking at here. So we got counterclockwise flow with this storm. So that's your rotating couplet right around here. And the storm just between Saltville and Chilhowie here. And that tornado warning has just been shrunken down. They have maintained it for the time being. It has 17 minutes remaining on it. It's also tagged with 1-inch hail. I think the next scan or two will be very telling for what's going to happen with this storm here. Patrick, good to see you in the chat. Appreciate the kind words. And it looks like, yeah, that rotation has more or less entirely diminished here now, as this storm is really getting ripped apart, as there is a little bit of a collision going on here with that second cell down to the south near Chilhowie. So that inflow completely cut off, and it looks like we will be done with the tornado threat on this original tornado warning. Now, we could see another tornado threat develop here near Glade Spring for the new cell. That's definitely possible, but this original tornado warning likely completely done in terms of any tornado threat. Apparently in Indianapolis, there was a 58-mile-per-hour wind gust that was measured 7 minutes ago. Something could form in Iowa again tonight or this afternoon. I'm not sure what you mean. I don't think we're really going to have any storms in Iowa tonight.
A new tornado warning.
All right, so we did get a
has been
tornado
issued.
warning on the Dayton, Ohio storm that I was talking about, as that one was looking a lot more favorable. So there's that tornado warning that's just been put in place, and here's why. You have this kink in your line of your winds here starting to organize itself a little bit and start to establish decent inflow here. So that tornado warning is going to pop up on the screen here at any second, I'm sure. That's definitely what that tornado warning is for. I didn't double check myself, but I'm almost 100% positive, as it definitely is trying to get itself organized here. You can see just to the north of Clifton, this is the area. It's trying to do it. Yep, there's that tornado warning just showed up on the map for us there. So again, we've been watching that storm for the last like 30 minutes almost here, really. This one is headed towards Selma, South Charleston. That's the area of concern. It's going to continue on out in this direction towards eventually Selma, South Charleston, South Solon, Midway. So 2 different tornado warnings on the map, one in Virginia, Smith County, the other one in Ohio, Clark, Fayette, Greene, and Madison counties. I do think this tornado warning in Virginia will be lifted or allowed to expire. I mean, it could be lifted at really any moment here. There is, again, that second area of rotation that has begun to develop here just to the east of Meadowview, and that one could pose some problems a little bit later on, but I think that original tornado warning is no longer a threat. Oops. Yeah, this one out here near Dayton is definitely the most concerning one. Again, this is basically due east of Dayton, slightly northeast. This is near South Charleston, Selma, just to the northeast of Yellow Springs in Ohio here. Latest scan looks almost identical. But again, if we were going to get a tornado, it would most likely be right here. Oops, that's not the best circle ever. It would be like kind of right there if we were going to get one. Now, I'm not seeing anything on our correlation coefficient that would indicate to me that we have a tornado on the ground at any point here. But if we were going to get one, that's where it would be. Definitely looks okay, that one. And the reason the National Weather Service has issued this tornado warning so far, all the way including Cedarville even, is because while the main area of concern right now is up here, anywhere along this line, you could see another kink form where you get those quick spin up tornadoes on the leading edge of this storm. So that's why this tornado warning is quite the large polygon, despite this area of rotation. Really, the tornado warning could be something like this, but they issue a larger one specifically because you can get these quick spin up tornadoes really anywhere along this line. It only takes about 5 minutes or so for that to happen. Yeah, the inflow is the fuel and the wind that's coming into the storm. That's correct. It really looks like it wants to do it. Gonna get a new velocity scan in. There it is. Maybe not. It doesn't look as impressive. It's broadened out over the last like 2 scans or so. But morphology wise, it looks a little better. Again, if we were going to get one, it would be kind of right in here, just to the west of South Charleston or to the northwest of Selma. I'm going to quickly check in on the tornado warning down in Virginia because I don't think it's really, it's definitely not a threat. That one could get lifted at any moment. Again, there is still a new updraft that has formed near Glade Spring and taken over. That one could become problematic as it moves towards Conorock out here in western Virginia. But that tornado warning for Smith County, Virginia is not really a threat in terms of any tornado threat right now. Liam, you're welcome. It does seem like this storm is really trying to get itself organized. You can see that angle of our axis here is trying to become more horizontal with time. You'll see this is the orientation right now. And as we go back a couple of frames, it was much more vertical. You'll see here's what that orientation looked like just a few frames before. So we're getting a little bit more horizontal in our orientation. And that leads me to believe that we could see a tornado with this storm. Again, it would be kind of right in here, roughly, if we were going to get one. We're going to get a new velocity scan in just a moment. And this is just to the west of South Charleston, pretty close to the town of Selma here in Ohio. For a little reference point, we are west of Columbus, east of Dayton, north of Wilmington. Again, still watching this one. This is Clark, Fayette, Greene, and Madison counties in Ohio. Still watching the one, Smith County, Virginia, that doesn't look threatening now in terms of any tornado threat. But there is still a new updraft trying to form near Glade Spring. That one could require a new tornado warning over the next 5 to 10 minutes. That one could pose a threat. But the original tornado warning that has 7 minutes remaining for Smith County, that one not a threat to me at all. If we did get a new tornado warning, it would probably be something like this, or the Glade Spring storm headed towards Conorock. And this one near Dayton, we've been watching for quite a while now. That tornado warning has just been maintained and shrunken down just a little bit. You can see they just shaved off the butt end of it. As I think they did that almost maybe a frame too early because that storm is still slightly outside that polygon now. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. It's about to be in that polygon within a second, basically. The tornado, if we had one, again, it would be right near Selma or South Charleston. but I'm not seeing anything on radar that would indicate that we do have a confirmed tornado. I don't believe that is the case. And yeah, the storm doesn't look as good as it did like 2 or 3 scans ago. So that's the good news. I'm working on getting a couple traffic cameras set up, by the way, out of Indianapolis for these or south of Indianapolis with all these storms. There are a decent amount of power outages, so that does make it a little tougher. Try that. There we go. Here's some cameras out south of Indianapolis so we can try to get a decent look at some of these storms out there. All right, I think our immediate tornado threat with this tornado warning near Selma is not super high at the moment, but it could easily recycle again. These types of storms love to do that. So, still a tornado threat that does exist. I just don't think we're going to have a tornado right this moment. Maybe down here near Cedarville could be something to watch too. All right. Let's go check in on the Virginia storm down here that is near Chilhowie, Smith County. Yeah, this tornado warning has 4 minutes remaining. I guess they're just going to let it expire. It doesn't need to be there anymore. But there is, again, that new area of rotation down here near Glade Spring. That could pose some problems as it moves towards Conorak. Just something to pay attention to, but it's not super, super threatening at the moment. And then again, of course, near Dayton, that's the storm we're watching the closest. It doesn't look like it poses any immediate tornado threat. But if we were going to get a tornado, it would be along this line. Any kink that begins to form in that line, like we saw moments ago, could be capable of producing a tornado. And that is why this tornado warning was put in place when we did start to get a kink in that line. I do think that just north of Jamestown is an area to watch. This storm is eventually headed towards Bloomingburg, Washington Courthouse, Mount Sterling, Derby. All right, and that Virginia tornado warning was just lifted. So our only tornado warning is in Ohio here, and this is again, this is southwest of Columbus and east of Dayton, northeast of Cincinnati. Still a lot of strong winds with these storms. Still a lot of strong winds back towards Indianapolis as well. But all of our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings have been lifted, at least for the moment. Things are starting to tame down. Give me just a moment here as I'm trying to find something really quickly. Okay, we did get a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning for this line of storms, by the way, that is tornado warned. That is going to include up to 60-mile-per-hour winds for a large area in Ohio, Clark, Clinton, Fayette, Franklin, Greene, Madison, and Pickaway counties. Very, very large area from southwest Columbus all the way down to northeast of Wilmington. Okay, I scrolled too far. Here we go. That's what I was looking for. Hmm, how about that? New mesoscale discussion in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. The warning boxes have been massive today. Yeah, they have been massive because there has been a lot of action today. I finally have the rug and coffee table out. Nice. Let's go, Taylor. This is big for the program. Let's go. Oh, man. Big stretch. Again, I am still watching the storm in Smith County, Virginia, for the possibility of that new updraft getting tornado warned here. I think it's definitely possible that this gets tornado warned here near Conorock. It is not tornado possible tagged on the severe thunderstorm warning there. Obviously, our only tornado warning is in Ohio for Clark, Fayette, Greene, and Madison counties. This is on that line of storms where a spin up tornado is most certainly possible as it approaches the interstate here. One that connects Cincinnati to Columbus. I'm not sure which interstate that is. There's that tornado warning on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side, you got a bunch of traffic cameras out there in Indy or south of Indy. Those ones are watching for that giant windbag to keep rolling on through, but I will say it's not quite as vicious as it was earlier. Yeah, Logan, if things die down a lot, I'll end the broadcast because I got a lot of work to do today as well. And then we'll come back late tonight if necessary for the storms out in the Dakotas. That tornado warning was just shrunken down, opted to maintain it, though, which is good, I think. I think that is the right decision. 12 minutes remain on it. They're going to let it expire naturally here, as it is still capable of producing a tornado if any kink forms in that line of storms here. So if you get that S shape that shows up anywhere in that line, and it can happen very quickly, you can get brief spin up tornadoes. So I do think it is a good tornado warning. As this storm is headed through South Salone, Midway, Jeffersonville, eventually over towards Bloomingburg, Madison Mills, Mount Sterling, Derby, Washington Courthouse. Oh, nice. Yeah, again, I will say this tornado warning doesn't look as threatening right now as it did earlier. We can go back in time, a handful of scans here. I need to even pull a few more back. 1 second. Yeah, so right around here, it was looking pretty concerning. Right about there, I would say like these two scans were the most concerning looking right here, as it really tried to wrap up, and then you'll notice it quickly fell apart and broadened out right here. And now we're back to where we were at before, which is where we still have a threatening storm, but not one that's going to immediately produce a tornado right now. Still one that is capable of quickly spinning up a tornado over like a 5-minute time period, though. Yeah, the rotation is, well, there really isn't any rotation at all at the moment. It's more of this is the type of line of storms that like QLCS tornado type of deal, where you get those very, very quick kinks that form in your line there that are able to quickly wrap up and produce tornadoes. So there's not really any immediate rotation in this. But this is the type of storm that can very quickly spin up tornadoes. It only takes about 5 minutes for it to go from looking like this, where it's not tornadic, to already having a spin up tornado on the ground. So that's why this is a good tornado warning. I'm in support of tornado warnings like this. I usually am in favor of being a little bit more conservative with tornado warnings, but I do think for QLCS tornado warnings, being a little more aggressive is sometimes better because they can happen so quickly. And that tornado warning has just been lifted here in Ohio. So no longer a tornado warning here in Ohio. Still looking at a pretty significant wind bag. And I don't think that's a terrible decision. You can see that your velocities here were significantly stronger a little while ago, especially back towards the Dayton area. And as we go forward in time towards where we are at now, you're going to notice those bright reds and bright greens really starting to fall apart, and those grays sneaking in the middle, which is implying that we don't really have a good gate to gate action going on here. Now, I do still think that this storm could recycle and become capable of producing a tornado again. That is most certainly possible. And it is the axis of this line here is getting more oriented in parallel to the radar beam, which is going to make those velocities look a lot slower than they actually are. So I do think that it could still become capable of producing a tornado. I just don't think it really is right this moment. So not a bad decision to lift the tornado warning. I maybe would have let it expire personally myself, but I don't think it's a bad thing to lift that tornado warning at all. Things are beginning to calm down a decent amount out here in the Midwest, out in the Ohio Valley, eastern Indiana, western Ohio, which is good news. You're going to notice on the right-hand side of your screen here, just one big ball of storms, one big line continuing to push down towards the south and southeast here. Areas like Cincy going to get smacked by a bunch of storms later on in this afternoon. They did keep a tornado possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning for this storm, by the way, which would make sense. If there was a tornado, do I think it would be rain wrapped? It might be. It might be partially rain wrapped. It would be like kind of right on the leading edge of these storms out here. So it may or may not be rain wrapped. Daniel saying, sorry, Will, I have to leave, but we'll check in later tonight if you go live for the Dakotas. Well, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate that. And no worries at all on having to go. Of course, life always comes first. But yeah, we may be live for the Dakotas later this evening, or even what goes on in Ohio later this evening as well. Just kind of depends. This broadcast probably won't go terribly much longer. We'll maybe stay live another half hour or so, like 25 minutes, something like that. And then I'll go try and take care of all the things I need to do. You're going to see those winds, by the way, really picking up on that traffic camera in the middle left of your screen. Things were calm there not terribly long ago. Am I going to do winter storm coverage? Most certainly. Without a doubt, yes. Yeah, you're going to see those winds really picking up there in Indiana. That camera is in Greensburg, which is just now starting to get smacked by some of these storms. I'll go ahead and show you where that's at. There we go. Where is that? There it is. I was like losing my mind. There's Greensburg. So Greensburg down here is just now starting to get smacked by that outflow boundary. That's why those winds look so vicious. And that camera is shaking like crazy on the left-hand side in the middle of your screen. So very strong storms, very strong winds, I should say, starting to blow on through there. I will say it looks like there might be a little rotation right near Greensburg. I mean, those winds are pretty vicious there. And it looks like there's like a little mini cell that's interacting with this outflow boundary of the main storm. So you're going to see the cell near Greensburg and Adams that fired off here. And then the outflow boundary from our main storm pushing down towards it. And they started to interact here. It might be creating a little bit of rotation here near Greensburg. We did get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning straddling the border of Ohio and Indiana. That's going to be eventually headed towards the Cincy area, I believe. So that should show up on the map soon. I'm a little interested in this Greensburg like mini supercell deal that's like interacting with this outflow boundary. This outflow boundary, by the way, is really ridiculous looking. I mean, that's insane that you can see this on radar so far away. I guess I drew most of that off screen. Let me orient this a little better. Here you go. Look at this outflow boundary showing up on radar. Crazy stuff. Really, really strong winds from these storms. Dreadnought, Fostoria, Ohio. I don't know exactly where that is. Some more storms, by the way, starting to fire off back into eastern Illinois and behind all these storms in Indiana. So someone to pay attention. Here's that new considerable severe thunderstorm warning that just showed up for 70-mile-per-hour winds headed towards the Cincy area. And again, I'm still watching this little thing in Greensburg. I don't think it's capable of producing a tornado, but there was a brief moment here where like a spin-up tornado would not have blown my mind by any stretch. It would have been very, very brief if it happened. And I don't think it did happen. Fostoria is up by Toledo. Got it. Well, in general, I'm not really too worried about northern Ohio at all for the rest of the day here. So hopefully that'll ease your mind a little bit. We could see a couple more storms that try to come on through that area maybe a little bit later on this afternoon, but I'm not really worried about it. Not anything crazy. And then later on tonight and overnight tonight, more storms, but not in your area. They should be to your south and your west in the greater Toledo area. Yeah, it's only 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. That is correct. You can always see right below my head the time. And on the right-hand side of your screen, you can always see the local time for me, which is Central Time. I will say our storm out here near Midway does not really look like it has any type of a tornado threat right now, which is the good news. It looks like it's becoming more outflow dominant. Dreadnought, you're more than welcome. Thank you for tuning in. Weather Wisdom, welcome back.
A new tornado warning.
So we did just get a new tornado warning. That one is going to be for the new Virginia storm, it looks like, that I was talking about earlier, where it looked like we were having that new near Conorock. I'm 99% certain that's what the tornado warning is going to be for. Nothing else would really make any sense to me, unless it's a QLCS tornado warning that they put up here for some reason, which would kind of surprise me, but I guess it's possible. I'm going to assume it's down here near Conorock and White Top here, as this storm is definitely organizing a little mini supercell out here, capable of producing a tornado, so it seems. Yep, there's that tornado warning. So again, this is going to be for Grayson and Smith counties in Virginia here. So a new tornado warning is in place. Grayson and Smith counties in Virginia. We're looking at Conorock, basically, and White Top. Those are the only two populated areas out here that are near this tornado warning. If we had a tornado, it would be kind of right near Conorock. So if you're in that area, definitely make sure that you're getting yourself to a storm shelter, a basement, interior-most room of a sturdy structure, whatever you can do to put as much between you and the outdoors as you can, as a tornado is possible. We do have a tornado warning in place. Still looking at stronger storms out there in Indiana. We do have that considerable severe thunderstorm warning across Indiana and Ohio. That's going to be Dearborn, Fayette, Franklin, Ripley, Union, Butler, Hamilton, and Preble counties, or Preble, across Indiana and Ohio there. And then on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see a bunch of traffic cameras out in Indiana that are just getting blasted by really strong winds now, as these storms are moving through areas in Indiana. Gusty winds is going to be the main threat. Obviously, lightning, flooding, also a threat too with those storms. Not really much of any of a tornado threat. Not really much of a hail threat. Really, there's not a hail threat at all. But a very, very, very slim tornado threat with those storms in Indiana and Ohio. And then also looking at the risk for flooding, lightning, and most importantly, most significantly, winds. Wind gusts and even some straight line wind damage. So all possible with those storms as they continue on through Indiana. But again, we're focusing right now on the tornado warning in Virginia. I'm going to zoom out to show you where we're at. We are right on the border of South Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia. Right near Appalachia. Kind of near the mountains-ish. Oops. So this is our tornado warning. Again, you can see that rotation very, very prevalent here. And we're looking at around 7,000, or actually only 6,500 feet in the air here. But a very tight rotating couplet. You have decent gate-to-gate rotation here. I would say your VROT is maybe around 25 to 30 knots, which is not incredibly impressive, but I mean, north, not south. I'm not sure what you're in reference to, Logan. What did I say? The radar I use is GR2 Analyst. You can see that in the chat. I'm going to run that command. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Weather Wisdom. Do I think the tornado warning will be extended into North Carolina? It probably will, yes. I don't think they're going to do that right away, though. They're going to let this continue here for a few minutes. See if that rotation continues or if it falls apart with our little mini supercell out here. Maybe another area of rotation trying to form out here near Meadowview or Emory. I said South Carolina? Oh, yes, this is North Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia. Obviously, South Carolina. Down to the south, for lack of a better word. Yeah. Definitely meant North Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia. I'm not sure. I guess I said South Carolina. I apologize for that. We're not terribly far from Lansing here. A little bit of a reference point zooming out for you. And there's that tornado warning. Conorock, White Top in Virginia. Still got a decent velocity couplet in there. All right, I'm going to check in really quickly on what's going on in Indiana and Ohio.
A new tornado.
We got a new tornado warning. That's going to be actually right here for sure. What's going on here near Batesville, Indiana? So we did get a new tornado warning in Indiana. Most certainly, there it is. So good timing, I guess. We have a new tornado warning here. That's near St. Peter, St. Leon. It's going to stretch through Dearborn, Franklin, Ripley, Boone, and Hamilton counties across actually Indiana, Ohio, and just a sliver of Kentucky here. It's eventually headed towards Lawrenceburg. So we have two different tornado warnings in place here. I'm going to see if I can get a traffic camera down there. Here we go. So trying to find a couple of traffic cameras that might be looking the right direction on this feed here. So those traffic cameras on the left-hand side of your screen, all three of those are going to be inside of this tornado warning polygon along this road just to the west of St. Leon. Actually, one of them is east of St. Leon. So we have one in St. Leon, one west of St. Leon, one east of St. Leon, closer to Harrison. And if we had a tornado, it would basically be right here. Just to the west of St. Leon. Whoops. I don't think this is a CC drop for a tornado. It might be, but I don't believe it is. But it might be. Chat disconnect. What just happened? Okay. Hopefully my internet's not going out. Got some things bugging out here. Again, still have a tornado warning down in Virginia as well. A little mini supercell action down here. That's going to be near Conorock and White Top. Does look like that has downtrended a decent amount here. You're going to see brighter reds and greens. And then as we go forward in time, this is the present. these reds and greens not looking quite as good. So I think that rotation has downtrended a bit. That tornado warning should be continued, though, at least for a little while longer here. And then back into Indiana, we are looking at a tornado warning in place here. Areas like St. Peter, just west of St. Leon. Yeah, I think we're seeing some contaminated radar data here. I don't believe that this is a tornado on the ground. This is pretty low DBZ stuff here. So it is possible. Again, this is surrounded by a considerable severe thunderstorm warning here that's bowling on towards Lawrenceburg and Cincinnati. A very strong line of storms here. Maybe another outflow boundary interaction near Riley that could cause a little bit of rotation capable of producing a tornado. That's going to be one to pay attention to as well. That's the only other area. Everything that is into Ohio over here, you're going to notice this outflow boundary. All this stuff is way too outflow dominant to be tornadic over here. The only area that could be tornadic really for me is going to be back over on the western side, closer to Lawrenceburg or Cincinnati. And then we also can still see some tornadic action up here near like Bloomingburg, Madison Mills, although none of that looks even remotely concerning right now. But it's not fully outflow dominant there yet, where that outflow boundary has been kicked out too far for any tornadic activity. But the main concern is most certainly going to be where we have this tornado warning out here in Indiana right now. A little bit of shenanigans going on. Some outflow boundary interactions here in the environment. Again, on the left-hand side of your screen, you're looking at traffic cameras that are in this tornado warning that are just now beginning to get pummeled here by all these winds, especially the one in the middle. You can see that rain literally coming in right now. Those winds just now starting to come blasting in into that camera. That camera is basically right here. Where is that? It's like, yeah, that camera is just north of Sunman. So camera's like somewhere in that white circle here. It's basically right around where the tornado would be if there was a tornado. That camera in the middle on the left-hand side of your screen. So we're going to continue to stay with that one for the moment anyway. And then that third camera in the bottom left of your screen, I believe it's facing the right direction. Yeah, it's looking, oh, actually, no, it's facing the wrong direction. It's looking eastbound. See if I can find, I don't think there is another camera here that's facing the right direction. That's a bummer. Could try this one. That's not going to do anything for me. Well, that one, I switched the bottom left camera to the camera in Batesville here on the left-hand side of your screen, just outside of that tornado warning polygon, as that one's getting blasted with winds at the moment. Yeah, that is correct. I don't have any control over my internet at my new apartment. It's the complex internet, but I think my internet is fine. Yeah, still watching pretty closely here, just in case some nonsense happens.
A new tornado warning
All
has
right, we
been
did get
issued.
another tornado warning for Ohio. I'm guessing that's going to be this guy here near St. Charles, 100%. So a new tornado warning has just been issued. This is what I was talking about like just a couple moments ago when it was near It was, I said near Riley. That is, yeah, definitely trying to wrap up here near St. Charles. So a second tornado warning has been issued. This one's just on the Ohio side of the border. This one is just near Hamilton or Riley, St. Charles, Okeana, Lehi, Shandon. That new tornado warning should show up on the map any second here. And eventually the storm's headed towards Cincinnati. There's that new tornado warning. So, man, they opted to include all of Cincinnati in that tornado warning polygon, interestingly. But yeah, somewhat strong rotation here, interacting with the outflow boundary of these storms here. So here's that outflow boundary, and here's the leading edge of the storms, and it's creating some artificial vorticity and some spin directly into there. Little mesoscale interactions going on. So we have another tornado warning that's been put in place there as a result. And then we're still watching this one out near St. Leon, but it doesn't look nearly as concerning now as it did a couple of scans ago. Still has some bit of a tornadic threat here near Sunman, though. And that one is going to continue on barreling towards the southeast as well. And then we do have the other tornado warning still in Virginia. Is Dayton, Ohio done with severe weather? For the most part, yes. There's still some stronger storms out there, but I don't know what that was. Anyway, still looking at this rotation near Shandon, which looks the most concerning to me of anything. Liam saying, I got to go. All right. Good to see you. Have a great rest of your night or day. Keep forgetting it's the middle of the day. All right. Grayson County, Virginia, still included in this other tornado warning, by the way, which doesn't look super concerning, but still a little bit of rotation in there. And this is right near the North Carolina and Virginia border, near White Top or north of Lansing, North Carolina. My number one concern is definitely this storm here near Shandon, though. That one looks pretty concerning. Definitely could see a tornado with that one soon. I'm outside here in Mount Sterling enjoying the storm. Yeah, be careful. Mount Sterling is getting hit by some winds right now. Nothing tornadic over there, though. Yeah, again, my number one concern on the map is definitely this one near Shandon. I don't think the one that's near Sundon looks very concerning anymore. This tornado warning down here. It looks like we actually just lost one of our cameras, by the way, that was getting hit with winds up there in Indiana. That camera is, yeah, we definitely lost one of our cameras near Pentown. Interesting. I'm going to try and put the Harrison camera back up if I can. Might not let me. See if I can find a camera somewhere, maybe, that I can get. I guess not, huh? Oh, there we go. Okay, we might get that Harrison camera back soon. Again, still watching near Shandon. I guess we could have a tornado on the ground here. I don't think so, because these DBZ values are very low. So probably not. If we had a tornado on the ground, it'd be basically right over Shandon. It would not be over here near Lehigh. Again, man, we just keep losing our cameras. Multiple cameras continuing to go down out there in Indiana. All these traffic cameras just getting taken down by these really, really gusty winds out there. Trying to see if I can find like anything decent to put up. Trying to take a look. Maybe this one. This camera, I guess I can throw it up there just because we lost a bunch of the other ones. It's kind of just looking at a bridge, but again, still watching the storm near Shandon. That's by far the most concerning storm on the map that could be capable of producing a tornado. Yeah, still at least one camera just continuing to buffer out there. We may have lost. That's the camera that's near Harrison, by the way. There we go. I got it back now. Yeah, still watching this near Shandon. It doesn't look quite as insane as it did a few minutes ago. Down in Grayson County, Virginia, we still have that tornado warning for the mini supercell down there as well. And that one doesn't look incredibly threatening either. There is still some rotation in there to the east of White Top here in Virginia. This is right on the border of North Carolina. So again, it's still multiple tornado warnings on the map. A lot of wind going on out there in Ohio and Indiana still, where we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We might have a little resurgence of rotation trying to form here. It looks like close to Lawrenceburg in this tornado warning, or near Guilford. So that could be one to watch as well. Looks like, yeah, just near Guilford could be an area to watch. And then, of course, still watching near Shandon, as that one looks pretty concerning still. It's definitely downtrended a bit. Doesn't look nearly as concerning right now as it did earlier, I would think, but still a lot of strong storms out here in Indiana regardless. And Ohio, of course. Still some other strong storms starting to fire off. A little bit of a new line starting to form out here. Just producing gusty winds with most of these storms. Maybe some small hail in there across Indiana and Illinois. We did just get a giant. It looks like an absolute giant, considerable severe thunderstorm warning was just issued across like Indiana, Kentucky, and Ohio. I'm guessing this is going to be like something absurd like this. Just a giant polygon here. That's my guess. We'll see. I'm only drawing this on here as a guess to see if I can get it right on where exactly they put this new warning. Flooding is going to be a problem. Yeah, there's a lot of areas that are going to be dealing with a lot of flooding. Yeah, there's that new considerable. I was kind of close. So that new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been put up for Indianapolis, Versailles, Lawrenceburg, Rising Sun, Independence, Forest Park, Hamilton, Covington, Burlington. Lots of very populated areas out here at the tri-state region of Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky.
A new tornado warning.
We did just get another new tornado warning. That one's going to be across Indiana and Kentucky here. I'm guessing this is just a new tornado warning for the Lawrenceburg cell, as it's the original one only has 4 minutes remaining. So I'm assuming that this new tornado warning is going to be something like this. I don't know. Whatever they decide to do with it here. It should show up in just a minute on the map for me. Yep, there it is. Okay, so a new downstream tornado warning for the Lawrenceburg storm. So that one's going to include a bunch of areas across a sliver of Ohio, but mostly just Indiana and Kentucky. That one's going to include Dearborn, Ohio, Switzerland, Boone, Campbell, Gallatin, and Kenton counties. So another downstream tornado warning here. Where again, we are watching multiple areas of rotation where we could see a tornado. One of them is going to be near Lawrenceburg or Greendale, and the other one is going to be up here closer to Dent or North College Hill, close to the Cincinnati Metro. And that one really looks to be uptrending here, just to the northwest of Cincinnati. So that's one that we got to pay very close attention to. We still have that tornado warning down there in Virginia, Grayson County, but I'm not super worried about that one. We're going to focus on this very populated area out here in like the Cincinnati area, across Indiana, Ohio, and northern Kentucky here. So it looks like near Lawrenceburg, maybe not quite as threatening as it was before. And our number one concern is definitely out here just to the northwest of Cincinnati. Again, you can see all those traffic cameras out there in Indiana just getting blasted by a lot of rain and wind. Braden, nice job. All right, looks like the Lawrenceburg one is definitely not quite as concerning as it was a little bit ago. But this one just to the northwest of Cincinnati still definitely concerns me. Stream was buffering for a few minutes. I haven't dropped any frames, so I'm hoping it wasn't on my end. Look at that. You see that semi that was like stuck on the. I think the camera was just buffering there for a minute. Never mind. I thought that semi was just like stuck on the bridge for a moment there. Too much contamination to be sure, but that might be a CC drop on the cell northwest of Cincy. Yeah, I don't think so. We're too low DBZ here. I'm not exactly buying it. I think if we had a tornado, it'd be right near Dent. And that original tornado warning on the Indiana side of the border was just lifted, by the way. So 2 tornado warnings out here across Indiana, Kentucky, and Ohio. And then we still have 1 out in Virginia for Grayson County. That one's going to be allowed to expire any second. No, you're not going to get any more tornado warnings out there in Madison County, Ohio, for the time being, anyway. The only areas that are threatening to produce a tornado are out here near Lawrenceburg and Cincinnati, maybe a little bit further to the southwest of this as well, like maybe near Versailles. Other than that, nothing else is really going to be capable of producing a tornado for the time being with these storms. They're all very, very outflow dominant. Christine, good to see you in the chat. Yeah, soon we will start to get in decent range of the terminal radar here. You can see that rotation very much present near Dent again. So, again, that's the area that I'm the most worried about. Unfortunately, we don't get correlation coefficient from this terminal radar. It's not a dual pole, I believe. Yeah, the storm out here near Dent or Cheviot, that is the one that is concerning to me. Just sat through a windstorm with hardly any rain, strange. Yeah, that does happen sometimes. That's what I get for trying to look at this on a phone. No, that's real.
A new
we did just get
warning has been issued.
We did just get a new tornado warning across Ohio and Kentucky. I'm guessing that's a downstream tornado warning for the Cincinnati tornado here. So, or the tornado warning near Cincinnati. It's going to look something like this, I'm assuming. We should get that tornado warning in on the map here in just a minute. There it is. There's that tornado warning. So it's going to include all the way through Cincy, Covington, Independence, eventually towards Butler as well. Yeah. I think the threat has decreased a little bit, but still a threat for a tornado right near Cheviot. And this is just west of downtown Cincinnati, right near Covington. And the original tornado warning, by the way, for the Cincinnati storm, that one is going to be allowed to expire in 10 minutes if they don't lift it sooner than that. And then we'll be down to 2 tornado warnings on the map here, as our Virginia tornado warning was allowed to expire. That original tornado warning, actually, they just shrunk it down a ton. Just to include downtown Cincinnati. I don't know why they didn't just lift it at that point, but anyway, it doesn't really matter. At least it is shrunken down. So basically just 2 tornado warnings on the map here. This is stretching through Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky. Let's see if I can find any traffic cameras that are maybe in the path of this. I'm not really going to be able to. It seems anyway. I have cameras near Lexington, but that's the best we can do. Those are too far away, though. They're all the quad cam, like intersection traffic cams, too, so I can't really get anything out of them. Unfortunately. But that's okay. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Again, all these cameras on the left-hand side are in Indiana, where they're getting blasted by a bunch of rain and wind, but nothing crazy other than that. I wish I had cameras out of Cincinnati. Sure, there's something I can find here. Cincinnati, like a skyline camera or something like that maybe I can find. Might show this the storm coming in. Doing my best, seeing if I can find anything here. Obviously, we'll show it to you guys immediately if I can find anything. Yeah, not really finding anything out here. That's a decent one. Okay, I'm gonna put this camera. Now, this is just a photo. So here's a view at this storm rolling through Cincinnati right now. This is just a photo. Unfortunately, it's not a video, not a live video. This is a photo that was taken not long ago by a traffic camera at I-71 and I-75 at Buttermilk Pike. They just gave us a new photo now. They took away the good one. That's annoying. Let's see if I can find a better one. Here we go. Same deal, pretty much here. So still a very strong storm rolling through. You can see that shelf cloud on the left-hand side and how dark it is over there, despite it being literally the middle of the day. So a very, very strong storm nonetheless. Looks like, yeah, nothing really crazy going on with these storms in terms of, do I think there's actively a tornado at any point right now? No, I do not. But again, we do have multiple storms, including 2 different tornado warnings and 70-mile-per-hour winds widespread throughout the entire greater Cincinnati and Covington area, Independence, Burlington, even as far west as Versailles, Lawrenceburg, Rising Sun. So many different little towns out here. But a very, very nice shelf cloud in the top left-hand corner of your screen out there near Cincinnati nonetheless. So again, downtown Cincinnati getting hit by a lot of wind and possibly a tornado. Again, I don't believe there's a tornado on the ground right now, and I don't think we're going to get one, but it is possible that we do. I will say the other tornado warning a little further southwest near Burlington, Rising Sun, I don't think that one looks very threatening anymore. But in the top left-hand corner of your screen, you can see that shelf cloud starting to roll through. That camera does update every so often. It's not a live feed, but it is a series of photos that comes through every couple of minutes. See if I can find. Here's another one. Man, this one's crazy looking too. Yeah, on the left-hand side, you're going to see a bunch of snapshots of this wall cloud that I'm starting to find as the storm's rolling on towards areas like Independence, just to the south of Cincinnati. Seeing if I can find any other good views of it. But a couple of pretty crazy views, though, I will say, on those two cameras that we have on the left-hand side of your screen. The third camera, and there we go. Yeah, some pretty crazy cameras out there. All of these are coming from like basically right along the highway south of Cincinnati on the Kentucky side of the border. So from Independence up to Cincinnati is where those cameras are at. And they're all looking back at that shelf cloud that's coming their way. But man, that bottom left camera looks pretty insane. I'm actually going to move that one up to the top here and full screen it for a second and just take a look at that shelf cloud rolling on through the Cincinnati area. Just a very, very monstrous looking shelf. That being said, I do think our tornado threat is pretty low with these storms at the moment. But either way, a lot of wind with these and some very ominous looking shelf clouds nonetheless. That original tornado warning, by the way, from the Ohio side of the border has been lifted. So we're just looking at two tornado warnings split between Indiana, Kentucky, and Ohio right now. Those are all going to include Campbell, Kenton, Claremont, Hamilton, Ohio, Switzerland, Boone, Gallatin counties across Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky. Still looking at the possibility for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well with these storms as they continue to barrel on through past Cincinnati now, or past downtown Cincinnati, I should say. Still in the greater Cincy area. Killer King with a $2 super chat. What's the outlook for Indiana for later tonight into the PM? So in general, you're going to have another round of storms that's going to fire off eventually, maybe near Indianapolis. And then as we go into the overnight hours, then you're going to have a bunch of more storms that are going to continue to fire off throughout larger portions of the state. But that initial round that's going to start firing off later in the early evening, maybe like 5 to 7 p.m., those storms are going to be coming more around the Indianapolis area and headed down towards Cincy. And then the other storms that you're going to get are going to cover much more of the northern half of the state. Those storms aren't going to start showing up, though, until closer to the overnight hours. So maybe 11 p.m. or later. There is still a tornadic threat with this this mess of storms out here on the western side of this tornado warning, by the way. There's definitely still a threat there. It's not incredibly concerning looking, but definitely still a threat for a tornado there. Same thing with the storm that is just south of Covington. There is at least some tornado threat in there. It's just not a super significant one at the moment. Am I safe in Avondale? I honestly don't know where Avondale is. If you mean like outside of Chicago, Avondale, then you should be good. I don't really think there's anything going on up there right now. That's the only Avondale I actually know of. Yeah, there's nothing really going on in the greater Chicago area right now. Is Coleraine safe? Not sure exactly where Coleraine is. We're in the basement, no power. I'm in Grosbeck. I'm assuming everybody who's coming in right now are from like the greater Cincinnati area, but yeah, I think Coleraine is just like a part of Cincinnati, basically, like just a suburb of Cincinnati. In general, if you're on the Ohio side of the border, you should be okay in terms of any tornado threat. Everything is moving into the northern Kentucky side of the border. Same thing with Indiana. If you're on the Indiana side of the border, obviously you're still dealing with some gusty winds, but you're good from any tornado threat. It was just dark like Lord of the Rings out here. Yeah, I believe it. Those cameras on the left-hand side of your screen are all showing live feeds. They're images, they're photos, but they're being updated from the Cincinnati area, just south of Cincinnati on the Kentucky side of the border. They're all getting updated periodically here. See if I can find any other good ones. That's a cool one. I'm going to slap this one in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That one's at I-275 at Taylor Mill, just literally due south of Cincinnati.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We did get a new tornado warning on the Ohio side of the border. Tornado on the ground, Belfast, Ohio. Are you sure? I don't know where Belfast, Ohio is, to be honest with you, though. Did get another tornado warning that was just slapped in here. I think that was thunder outside my apartment. Maybe some storms popping up here in Mississippi. I haven't paid any attention to what's going on out in my neck of the woods. We get these pop-up storms every single day, though, out here. No, that was definitely not thunder. I don't know what that was that I just heard. Like a vehicle or something, maybe. Okay, here's that new... Oh, okay. That makes total sense, actually. So here's that new tornado warning. This is near Newtonsville. Very, very clear rotation has started to form out here near Newtonsville, possibly near Owensville as well. Just a pair of notches really out here on the Ohio side of the border. So this one's going to include Brown, Claremont, and Highland counties in Ohio. The Williamsburg, Ohio storm. Oh, that's this. You're saying that might be. Yeah, so these DBZ values are very low, but it's possible. It's possible, but very unlikely that that's a tornado on the ground here that we're seeing on radar. I think it's pretty unlikely. It's definitely possible, right? Just south of Owensville. It's definitely possible that we're looking at a tornado on the ground here. But again, I think it's pretty unlikely because those DBZ values are quite low. I don't think there's a tornado on the ground just south of Owensville, but just to the south of, I'm sorry, just to the south of Newtonsville. But just to the south of Owensville, it's possible. But again, pretty unlikely. But again, two different little areas of rotation here regardless, where a tornado is definitely possible. The power just went out in your area. Where are you at? Yeah, this could be a tornado on the ground just south of Owensville. I think it's somewhat unlikely because these DBZ values are so low, but it is possible. And then again, just south of Newtonsville, I don't think this one's on the ground, but I will say the velocity couplet looks better on this one, just south of Newtonsville here. Still watching the storms that are now south of Cincinnati as well. Is it near Burlington, Kentucky? You're good to go in Burlington, Kentucky now. Just some stronger storms in your area, probably still a lot of lightning. But you're not dealing with any type of tornado threat in Burlington, Kentucky.
A new tornado warning has
To get
been
another
issued.
tornado warning downstream here in Kentucky. So that is going to be for the storm that is near Verona, as that rotation has definitely uptrended without a doubt over the last 5 minutes or so, it looks like. So, whoops, didn't mean to do that. There we go. So another area of rotation here. This is all near Verona or Crittenden, headed towards Sherman. So really anywhere along this line of storms, we could see a tornado form as it heads down towards Sherman and eventually down towards Williamstown. Yeah, in Hamilton, you should be good to go now. That's just north of Cincinnati. There you are. Yeah, you're all good in Hamilton, Ohio. Good to go there. Again, still watching this one here where this might be a tornado right near Owensville. In fact, I'm definitely more confident that this is a tornado on the most recent scans here. And we just had another one that looked like it was a tornado near Owensville just before that. And now we have this one here that looks like it might be a tornado just to the east of Owensville. This is a second one, a secondary area of rotation. It's possible. Again, it's tough to confirm that on radar, but it's definitely possible. We're looking at a tornado on the ground here just to the east of Owensville. And this is in Ohio, southwestern Ohio. Not terribly far east of Cincinnati. Either way, a handful of tornado warnings are in place out here across Kentucky and Ohio. Exiting it's all exiting Indiana. So Indiana is really good at this point. I think there's a sliver of Indiana still included in a tornado warning, but Indiana is all good here. Everything is limited now to Ohio and Kentucky. And again, it is possible that we have a tornado on the ground here near Owensville. It would be very difficult to confirm that on radar. It's a low DBZ hook, but it is wrapped up pretty well here. And the CC drop isn't incredibly convincing either. But again, it is possible.
A
All
new
right, and we did just
tornado
get
warning
another
has been
tornado
issued.
warning put in place here now. And I'm assuming that's going to be a new downstream tornado warning for this cell that's near Alexandria, just east of Independence. So we're just getting repeated rounds of new tornado warnings issued downstream for these over and over and over again. So we do have 3 different areas that are looking tornadic right now across Kentucky and Ohio. Yeah, and there it is. That's basically exactly what I just outlined. almost identical to what I had a second ago. Again, so still looking at new rotation near Claryville, just near Alexandria. So that's another area to watch. Another tornado warning has been issued downstream as a result. We are about to have 2 of our other tornado warnings expire. So we have really 3 tornado. I know right now there's 5 tornado warning polygons on the map, but there's really only 3 tornado warnings. Yeah, Hamilton, Ohio is all good to go. You are safe. Again, just east of Owensville, north of Williamsburg here in Ohio, possibly a tornado on the ground. That CC drop isn't incredibly convincing, but it is possible that we have a tornado on the ground there. It's a very well-defined hook at the very least. We're going to get a new velocity scan in here in just a minute. Let's check out what the terminal radar has to say out here. Yeah, it doesn't look crazy out here near Verona, though. It's okay looking. From the terminal radar's point of view, anyway. Just curious, is Cincinnati safe for the most part? I know a lot of people live in that city. Yeah, Cincinnati, very, very populated, of course. But yeah, Cincinnati is all good to go now. The winds in the storm have died down a little bit. The main threat is going to be for these embedded spin-up tornadoes. Chasetown, Ohio. I'm not sure. I'll find it. Chasetown, Ohio is somewhere right around here. It's like just south of Fayetteville. It's not showing up for me, but it's they are definitely still within that tornado warning. And again, there is a little bit of a notch trying to form just right around there. South of Fayetteville here. There's really 3 different notches trying to form in this tornado warning right now. You have one here in Williamsburg. You have another one here just south of Williamsburg, and then you have another one south of Fayetteville. All 3 of these notches trying to get going here. I know that's slightly off screen. Let me recenter this for you. So again, one over here, and one over here. All of these notches trying to get going here with multiple different tornadic threats in this tornado warning polygon. And all of these would be spin-up tornadoes. They would not be incredibly strong or long-lived, but they can still deal significant damage, so they have to be taken seriously. Blue Ash, Ohio is all good to go. Nothing to worry about there. And those original 2 tornado warnings were just lifted now. So we're down to our 3 main tornado warnings. So we have the storm that is out here near Crittenden. That could pose a threat. We have the storm that is a little bit closer to Claryville. That one doesn't really look very concerning at all to me anymore. Maybe the one here near California, but I mean, that's all contaminated data. It's clear air stuff. The one here near Williamsburg does look concerning, though. That one definitely looks threatening. There's a little hook in there for sure. And it looks like the other hook that was just south of that kind of occluded here. You'll see the one near Williamsburg. I think that one has pretty much mostly occluded. Yeah, it's possible that we have a tornado on the ground here, but it's very difficult to confirm. Cleves, Ohio is safe as well from any tornado threat. Will there be any more in Cincinnati later today? Yeah, there will be more storms in Cincinnati later on today. Shout out for the free weather reporting here. I don't have access to a TV currently, so this helps a lot. Well, thank you very much for tuning in, and I'm glad that we can help out. Will there be tornadoes in Cincinnati later? Probably not. Again, I'm still watching this rotation here near Williamsburg or Mount Oreb, Hamersville. Watching that one very closely. Where a tornado is possible. Same thing near Buford, just to the north of that area. So 2 different tornadoes are possible. And then also still watching near Sherman, as this one tries to reorganize itself here. A lot of contaminated data, though. Things are very, very messy at the moment. What did the terminal radar go down? Something. Yeah, just west of Sherman, still watching this area for a possible bit of rotation that could lead to a tornado as well. Again, the map is quite messy here today, so I apologize. Not a lot we can do about that. Dayton, Ohio won't get any more severe weather today. It might. I'm not really worried about Southwest Ohio tomorrow. I don't really think there's going to be much of any kind of a threat. An isolated bit of severe weather could be possible, but I definitely doubt it. We did get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota, I believe. I think that's what that says. Again, it's so tiny on my second monitor. I really do think it's possible that we have 2 different tornadoes on the ground here near one right near Buford, and then the other one would be down here near Hamersville. where these storms are just really cranking. I mean, these ones are trying desperately to put down tornadoes. I think this tornado warning here near Butler, Moscow, Lennoxburg, that one doesn't look very threatening anymore. The one near Sherman still poses some threat, but doesn't look super concerning either. It's really these ones over here on the Ohio side of the border that concern me. Near Mount Orab, near Buford.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so we did get another new tornado warning in Ohio. I'm going to assume that's a downstream tornado warning for this mess up here that we've been watching the most closely, where we have multiple different areas of concern, as that tornado warning only has 8 minutes remaining on it. That would make the most sense to me. That tornado warning should show up on the map here in just a minute. Yeah, this is somewhat convincing here that we could definitely have a tornado on the ground. Definitely possible that we have a damaging tornado on the ground here right near Buford. So again, I don't think we have a tornado on the ground south of Mount Orab, but we could at any moment. I do think it's possible that we have a tornado on the ground here near Buford in Ohio. The tornado outlook should have definitely been upgraded to a 5%. I mean, I probably would have I don't know. I maybe would have upgraded to a 5%, but hindsight's always 2020, man. Hindsight is always 2020. The new downstream tornado warning is issued for another 22 minutes, by the way. These storms are moving pretty quick, so we are looking at one of our tornado warnings going to expire here. Actually, two of them in just 7 minutes. We could see another downstream tornado warning in Kentucky as well. No, I don't think this is a tornado outbreak by any stretch. We've not had a single tornado confirmed on the ground today. This is definitely not a tornado outbreak. You could call it a severe weather outbreak. Definitely not a tornado outbreak. Yeah, I do think we probably have a tornado on the ground here in Buford, though. That one seems pretty clear to me. So that one might get upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning here pretty soon. I'm surprised that we didn't have most of the tornadoes in Illinois. Who would have thought it would be both a derecho and a potential tornado outbreak? Yeah, it might be a derecho event. It is definitely possible. Yeah, here near Maureystown, I do think it's very possible that we have a tornado on the ground with that hook. One near Hamersville, I don't think is on the ground. However, the rotation's pretty tight. It could produce a tornado at any moment. The tornado warning near Lennoxburg doesn't really concern me much at all. The one near Sherman doesn't really concern me at all either. It's really just this tornado warning out here that is just limited to Ohio for Adams, Brown, and Highland counties. That's the only one that really strikes my fancy. We have two different areas where a tornado is possible. We do have that considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Lawrence, Meade, and Pennington counties in South Dakota, by the way. This is right near Rapid City. This storm is interacting with some sort of a boundary here. So I don't think it would be able to become tornadic as a
A new
result.
tornado warning has been issued.
We did get a new downstream tornado warning in Kentucky. This storm just to the northwest of Rapid City is tagged with golf ball sized hail. We can take a quick look at its hail core. And you can see it is a pretty solid looking hail core, not the most incredibly sheared environment here. Definitely one capable of producing golf ball sized hail. We're getting those 50 dBz values to 45,000 feet, 60 dBz values. Those are your magentas well above 30,000 feet, maybe closer to 35,000 feet. Definitely above 30,000 feet. And here's that new tornado warning in Kentucky. It's a downstream tornado warning. Actually, it might just be in, I don't really know what this is. This is a new one that was just issued here. It's for Williamstown and Mason. This is Grant and Pendleton counties. I don't really know, to be honest, what this one's for. I'm personally not seeing it. That's just me. Again, I do think it's possible that we have a tornado on the ground near Maureystown. And it's possible that we could get a tornado on the ground near east of Hamersville, north of Georgetown, to the west of Macon, out here in Ohio. This is across Adams, Brown, and Highland counties in Ohio here. That's Kentucky. Did I say it was Ohio again or something? We are in Kentucky. Williamstown and Mason. This is in Ohio. This is Grant and this is in Kentucky. Excuse me. This is Grant and Pendleton counties in Kentucky. I don't know. Maybe I said Ohio by mistake there. Yeah. This tornado warning near Maureystown, this hook looks pretty concerning. These velocities look pretty concerning. I will say the CC drop doesn't look super prevalent anymore, so maybe the tornado is not on the ground right now. And maybe it has not ever been. But it might be. Yeah, it's definitely possible that it's on the ground there. It's not super convincing. Again, this is near Maureystown, Ohio. Adams, Brown, and Highland counties, Ohio. Currently on the map, 3 different tornado warned storms. One of those storms is going to include 2 different areas where a tornado is possible. And then we have another tornado warning out here in Kentucky. Actually, well, 2 more out here in Kentucky. Neither of those look particularly concerning to me. My number one concern is definitely out here near Maureystown. Yeah, I'm definitely not convinced that we have a tornado on the ground here, but it's possible. All right, they did issue another severe thunderstorm warning out here, and they shrunk down one of our tornado warnings here on the Kentucky side of things, and then lifted one of our other residual tornado warnings as well. So still kind of messy out here, but 3 tornado warnings on the map across Kentucky and Ohio, nonetheless. I do still think that we have a threat for maybe a couple of tornadoes in the Dakotas in the overnight hours tonight, like the later evening and overnight hours tonight. Maybe 8 p.m. Through like maybe 3 a.m. or something like that, 1 or 2 a.m. More like 1 or 2 in the morning out in the Dakotas. That's Central Time, though. And yeah, in the overnight hours, still expecting more storms throughout the Cincy and Indy areas overnight tonight. And then another round of severe weather tomorrow afternoon and evening, especially in like the early afternoon tomorrow. Or I mean, the late afternoon or early evening. Pardon me. So closer to around maybe 2 p.m. to like 7 p.m. seems to be our main window for like significant severe weather tomorrow. And that'll mostly be out in central Illinois and southern Illinois, maybe southeastern or southwestern Indiana as well. Say storm in Illinois possibly going to drop? You got to be yanking my chain. Yeah, it's interacting with some sort of a boundary here. Looks like it's interacting with possibly 2 boundaries. So that's definitely something to pay attention to. It doesn't look super, super concerning, but definitely worth paying attention to. Again, my number one concern is 100% the storm here near Macon on the Ohio side of things. There is still some rotation that is present near Falmouth. It exists. And then the Williamstown one doesn't really concern me at all, to be honest with you. But there's still a lot going on nonetheless. I'm not really worried about any of these storms up here. The environment's been pretty well used up. Any of these could be, there are going to be a lot of rain producers, maybe some rumbles of thunder. I'm sure there's some lightning in there. Yeah, there's a little bit of lightning in there, not a lot. Mostly these are just going to be rain and a couple of maybe gusty winds. I will say this one over here to the northwest of Indy, that one looks like maybe it's trying to bow out and create some gustier winds. Maybe some small hail in there. You can see some 60 dBz values getting in the mix there. But not anything incredibly concerning. I will say this one over here near Falmouth definitely still looks pretty concerning. The one near Williamstown doesn't concern me at all. And then obviously our storm over here near Macon or Winchester, Ohio, that one definitely concerns me.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We did get a new tornado warning. I'm assuming that's going to be downstream of the Falmouth storm that I was just talking about. It's going to roll on through Kentucky. I'm going to assume something like this will be slapped on there, maybe a little bit less horizontally oriented. Actually, no, that was a new tornado warning put on for this hook down here near Ripley. And that one's going to be straddling Ohio and Kentucky here. Interesting. Because that doesn't look super, super concerning to me, to be honest with you. It's definitely there. Don't get me wrong. It's definitely there without a doubt. You most certainly have counterclockwise flow in there. But my main concern is definitely still the Winchester storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, and there's a new one for the downstream in Kentucky. Actually, they did that. This is for the entirely new storm that's near Barry and Robinson here. So we did get a new tornado warning on this storm for Barry and Robinson headed towards Poindexter and Cynthiana. And then I assume we're probably going to get another new downstream warning for the one near Lennoxburg here. As this is quite the mess going on out here across Kentucky and Ohio. Very, very messy situation. But a bunch of tornado warnings on the map nonetheless. Yeah. I think we might get a new downstream warning here for this storm. That tornado warning has 7 minutes. There it is.
A new tornado warning.
We got a new downstream warning for that storm as well. We do still have the considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way, in Illinois and in South Dakota. We do have a total of 6 tornado warning polygons on the map. 3 of them are going to be lifted here pretty soon. We might get even another tornado warning here for the Ohio side of things. That would look something like this. I'm going to check in on this storm in Illinois. That's that. We did actually just get a new upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Ohio now, too. This is a very, very strong storm out here. It is tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds. It is tornado possible tagged as well. GR2 is not free. GR2 is a $250 state-of-the-art private sector and government-used program. Here's that upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be down here near Poindexter. That's going to include Harrison and Nicholas counties in Kentucky. And then out in South Dakota, Rapid City storm producing that golf ball sized hail still there, actually up to tennis ball sized hail is what they got it tagged for now. We can take a newer look at its hail core. Haven't done that in a little while. As that one looks still pretty towering, still a very strong storm here. Possible CC drop in the Illinois storm. I'll look at it. Yeah, possible. Definitely possible. Could be a confirmed tornado on the ground near White Heath here in Illinois. It is, in fact, a little displaced from where you would expect it to be. And it's kind of gone on the next scan there. So I don't know. They may go ahead and tornado warn that. Definitely possible. Again, we also had that upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Ohio. That's going to be this one over here for 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be including Adams, Highland, Pike, and Scioto counties in Ohio. Man, this one here near Cherry Fork and Winchester still really concerns me.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we did get a tornado warning on the Illinois storm. So we are now looking at another tornado warning in Illinois. So a whole lot going on the map right now. A bunch of tornado warnings, including Kentucky, Ohio, and now Illinois. This one's going to be including Champaign, probably, or just south of Champaign, near Tolono, Sadorus, Savoy. This one's going to show up on the map for us in just a minute. There's not really any cameras that I can get, unfortunately, for this storm. This is probably the best I can do. I'm going to slap this camera in the top left. This one's out in Illinois, this traffic camera. A nice look at the shelf cloud on that would be the backside of this storm is what we're looking at there. Of the Illinois storm anyway. There's that tornado warning. So it is going to include the southern half of Champaign, areas like Savoy, Tolono, Philo, Sadorus, eventually towards Villa Grove, Longview, and Broadlands. So a new tornado warning out here in Illinois. The Illinois madness of 2026 continues. Yeah, it looks like there's a bunch of folks on the Illinois storm, including Andrew Pritchard, as well as Bryson Page. So that's good. On the Ohio storms, there's not a lot of folks out there across Ohio and Kentucky that are chasing these storms. There's only a few spotter dots in any of these tornado warning polygons. Still watching this area of rotation near Bentonville. That's one to watch. Still an area of rotation near Cherry Fork, one to watch. Maybe another one up here near Peebles or Sinking Spring.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We did get another new tornado warning. That's going to be a new downstream warning for the one that's about to expire in those areas that I just talked about here in Ohio. So that's going to be this area where we're going to get a new tornado warning there. As we do have another tornado warning about to expire, but that one does already have a downstream extension near Mount Oaks or Mount Olivet. There's that new downstream tornado warning here on the right-hand side of your screen. It's going to include a bunch of areas. Areas like Duncansville, West Union, Bentonville, Rome, eventually towards Vanceburg, Otway, Rardon, Peebles. Embedded tornadoes possible in a bunch of different areas along this line of storms. For example, out near Barry, one near Milford for sure, and then multiple embedded areas possible across this entire white circle here. Embedded tornadoes definitely possible. But then again, we're watching these other possible areas of rotation, one near Barry, one over here as well. Currently, we have 8 tornado warnings on the map, but not really 8 total tornadoes per se. The one near Champaign, Illinois, still going strong as well. That one looks pretty solid. Could produce a tornado at any moment. Since this one is in Illinois, it's most likely that that's the one that'll produce a tornado just because it's in Illinois. Still watching very closely all the storms out here in Kentucky and Ohio. We did get another severe thunderstorm, considerable severe thunderstorm warning out in South Dakota. But again, we still have areas of rotation near Barry in Kentucky, one near Milford in Kentucky, another one out here near Maysville, Bentonville, bunch of different areas where embedded tornadoes are possible. Try to tell my daughter when to leave Cincinnati and come home to Florence. I don't know exactly where. Cincinnati's completely safe right now. I don't know where Florence is, though. Oh, yeah, she can leave Cincinnati and come home to Florence for sure. She's definitely safe out there. All right, and there we go. The map's just been cleaned up a little bit. So one tornado warning shrunken down, two of them lifted off the map. So it'll clean things up here just a little bit for us. You're welcome, Joe Cat. So we do have a bunch of different areas still capable of producing a tornado. One near Poindexter. That one doesn't look incredibly concerning to me anymore. It's starting to get really messy here. One near Milford. That one doesn't look incredibly concerning to me either anymore. But then the ones up here near Bentonville, yeah, really, especially just this one near Bentonville or West Union, those ones still look pretty concerning to me. Just subscribe. Well, thank you very much, Joe Cat. I very much appreciate that. All right, out in South Dakota, we did get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the Rapid City storm, tagged for golf ball sized hail in there as this cell continues to recycle over and over again. It's not quite as tall as it was earlier, but still a pretty strong storm out here. Definitely capable of producing some pretty large hailstones. So a worthy warning out here in South Dakota for sure. Still watching the storm and the tornado warning out in Illinois as well. This is near Champaign, Illinois. This storm just looks very, very mature and well organized here. If we had a tornado, it would be right back in this area to the west of Tolono. It'd be kind of right in here. And here's where Tolono is, Sedoris. That's where it would be. Apparently, there was a funnel cloud reported 4 minutes ago on the Illinois storm, according to Caleb in the chat. And of course, we're still watching all of the action down here across Ohio and Kentucky, where there's still multiple storms capable of producing a tornado. A bunch of different areas that look at least somewhat concerning. Prayers for the Champaign area. Yeah, absolutely. I think that storm could produce a tornado for sure. That storm, again, it's very, very well organized, very mature, very discreet. It has a lot of things going for it. It's interacting with a boundary. I mean, it's really got like everything you could possibly want.
A tornado warning has been upgraded.
So it has just been confirmed. We have a confirmed tornado now in Illinois. That's just near Champaign, south of there. Confirmed tornado as of 1 minute ago. It was located between Sedoris and Seymour. And again, here's Sedoris. I don't know where Seymour is, but it's just west of Tolono. And this was confirmed by weather spotters. So a confirmed tornado in Illinois because, of course, why not? Being in Illinois is one of its ideal conditions. That is, yeah, that is true. Your sister lives in St. Francisville, Illinois. Nice. I don't think that's out in this area. Slight risk in Oklahoma, Chase in Illinois, correct? Correct. That is 100% correct, Taylor. So again, confirmed tornado on the ground in Illinois, confirmed by weather spotters. This is right near Sedoris or Tolono. And I'm very much hoping that this is not going to impact all these folks out here. There is an airport and a lot of populated areas out here just to the south of Champaign. So obviously our thoughts are with those folks. I hope everything is okay out there. Still have a lot of different tornado warnings active across Kentucky and Ohio as well. I will say things are looking a little bit more outflow dominant and not looking quite as concerning for tornadic development. So we might not see new tornado warnings on these storms, which is good. One of them was just lifted near Mount Olivet. And we have another 3 tornado warnings remaining. One of them will expire in just 7 minutes from now. And there is a downstream considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds for areas like Flemingsburg and Poplar Plains, Hillsboro. That's out here in Kentucky. But again, a confirmed tornado on the ground just south of Champaign in Illinois. This is going to include Champaign, Douglas, and Piatt counties in Illinois here. And these echo tops are crazy. This is a very, very strong and discreet storm out here. Very powerful storm. Whoop. Again, confirmed tornado in Illinois on the ground, just south of Champaign. If you're in this area near, like, especially Tolono or Sodom, you got to be in a basement, in a storm shelter, whatever you can do. Put as much between you and the outdoors as you can. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground here in Illinois. Central Eastern Illinois. Look around the map. We have other tornado warnings going on across Ohio and Kentucky as well. That threat seems to be diminishing a little bit. This confirmed tornado was still, again, confirmed as of 1 minute ago. So still confirmed on the ground via storm spotters. Thank you for the great coverage. The other YouTube guys want to tell jokes and share recipes. Yeah, no, we're not about that. We're here for the people. That's we don't do the fear mongering. We don't do any of the bad stuff that is damaging to the scene. We are here for the people. I bet Illinois has had more tornadoes in Indiana, Oklahoma, Texas, Alabama, and Ohio and Kansas combined. I have no idea the stats on that. But Illinois has had a ton of tornadoes this year. All right, a couple of those tornado warnings, again, were lifted. So we're just looking at the 3 that remain out here across Kentucky and Ohio, outside of our confirmed tornado in Illinois, of course. So again, our tornado warning near Maysville, that one has 3 minutes remaining. It's going to be allowed to expire. It doesn't really pose a threat. But this other tornado warning polygon has 18 minutes remaining here in mostly into Ohio. It does include a sliver or just a little bit of Kentucky as well. But that one's going to include a bunch of different areas along this line. And again, that tornado threat is decreasing, but there is still the risk for a tornado to form, especially maybe here near Concord. And then we have the other tornado warning down here near Lair, Cynthiana. That one is looking a lot messier and less concerning as well. My main concern is in across Kentucky and Ohio is definitely this one over here, closer to Portsmouth. I know the map's really messy. It's hard to see exactly where we're looking at. So for reference, this is across the Kentucky and Ohio border. Here's where Columbus is. Here's Cincinnati. Here's Lexington, Charleston, West Virginia, Parkersburg. That's where we're at. And again, we still have a confirmed tornado on the ground as of 4 minutes ago. 4 minutes ago, yep, in Illinois near Champaign, just south of Champaign. Not seeing any type of a CC drop, which makes me think at least if the tornado is still on the ground, it's not hitting anything, hopefully. Yeah, again, if we had a tornado, it'd be right near Pasodum right now. This is literally due south of Champaign, Illinois, obviously a very populated area. Still a considerable severe thunderstorm warning on this as well, where 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible, maybe some small hailstones in there as well. Out in South Dakota near Rapid City, still looking at a considerable severe thunderstorm warning there that's going to be allowed to expire soon. There's a new downstream, it might just be lifted soon, to be honest with you, but there's a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning that was just put in place. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail possible around the Rapid City area near Blackhawk and Colonel Pine Hills as well. And still watching things down here in Kentucky. This tornado warning near Maysville is going to expire within half of a minute here. So that'll help clean the map up even just a little bit more. I am still watching pretty closely this rotation here near Concord. It's slightly contaminated, but I do think that one is still the most concerning on the map right now in terms of in Kentucky is in this polygon here, maybe near Lynx or Concord. Concord, probably Concord. And there goes that other tornado warning. So down to 2 tornado warnings across Kentucky and Ohio. And again, the one near Cynthiana doesn't look very concerning to me at all. Start using the Jackson radar here. Same deal. Yeah, this one doesn't look very concerning to me at all. The only one that really looks concerning to me is up near Concord or Rome, right along the border of Ohio and Kentucky. And then again, we still have a confirmed tornado on the ground near Champaign and Douglas, in Champaign and Douglas counties, Illinois. The last time this was confirmed was as of 4 7 minutes ago. And it has now been downgraded. So no longer confirmed. So no longer confirmed tornado in Illinois. So that's the good news. The bad news, it's still capable of recycling and producing another tornado. You can see it's still interacting with this outflow boundary out here. Let me draw this out. You can see on radar what I'm highlighting here in white is that outflow boundary with this storm. So it's getting in pretty good, clean inflow. It's very discreet. There aren't many storms around it except just to the east. If it interacts with any of those storms, that could weaken it. But in general, it's on an outflow boundary. It's in clean air. It's got a lot of good things going for it. It's the middle of the day, so plenty of instability to work with. Storm has a lot of things going for it. The Indianapolis area under a severe thunderstorm warning there as well, where there's a smaller but stronger storm capable of some gusty winds rolling through Indy right now. 60-mile-per-hour winds possible in there. So much for you getting your work done. Nah, it's all right. I'll figure it out. I got to. Once our threat ends here with these tornado warnings, I will probably end the broadcast. If that's allowed. If Mother Nature decides to allow me to do that. So I can go get my work done. I have a lot of things to do. That's okay. It's better that this happens now than like next week, for example. Because I do start class next week, so. But again, still 2 tornado warnings out here in Kentucky and Ohio. 11 minutes remaining on the both of them. We're either going to get a new tornado warning here for the storm in the Ohio and Kentucky border, or it's just going to be lifted here somewhat soon as it's about to move out of that polygon. I think they're just going to allow it to start moving out of that polygon and then potentially let it expire. And then out here in Kentucky near Shawn or Paris, this is a very messy setup here, very contaminated data. That tornado warning has just been shrunken down as well. And they've opted to maintain it, at least for the moment anyway. And it really doesn't look very concerning to me at all. I think both of these tornado warnings will probably be allowed to expire in 11 minutes when they get to that point, or 10 minutes. And then our storm back in Illinois near Champaign, that one produced a tornado, no longer is producing a tornado. It's going to need to recycle. It's still in clean air, well established, very mature storm. So it definitely might recycle itself to produce a second tornado in a little while. But as of right this moment anyway, it's not producing a tornado. And it's not going to within the next minute or two. But the tornado warning is still good because it is going to attempt to recycle and try to produce another tornado in a little while here, within the next maybe 10 minutes or so. No idea what those weird sounds were that I just heard outside of my apartment. You guys probably couldn't hear those, but I don't know what that was. Very odd sounds. Everyone wants severe weather today. Yeah, no one really wants severe weather. I get what you're saying though. Everybody's getting it. A lot of folks getting impacted by severe weather today. Again, down to just 3 tornado warnings, which is good. You have to meet your teachers tomorrow. Your anxiety's through the roof, man. Most teachers are good people who want you to succeed. So, just give them the benefit of the doubt and try your best to like them, because you don't necessarily get to switch them, and they do usually want you to succeed. So there are bad apples for sure, but again, we will be live again tomorrow, just to reiterate that. And they did actually just introduce a 2% tornado risk into South Dakota, which is what I've been saying should happen. And maybe I think this could even be slightly larger. I think it could maybe be something more like this. Maybe not quite that far east, like something like this. I think could make sense. But yeah, we do have a 2% tornado risk that was introduced into South Dakota. Then we are still looking at this SIG 1 30% risk for wind damage throughout Kentucky here, of course. That's what we're watching right now, obviously. Not much of a hail threat anywhere except out in the northern plains towards South Dakota and North Dakota. And we'll be live again tomorrow. You know what? Here, let me show you what's going on tomorrow. We'll be live again tomorrow. I know it's like partially off the screen. I'll try to recenter things. There we go. Here's what's going on tomorrow. We do have 2 different slight risks in place, including a 2% tornado risk in southern Illinois and Indiana. If I were available, I would definitely be chasing tomorrow out there in southern Illinois. This would be, my target region would be right around here for tomorrow. And then you're going to see that wind and hail risk is there as well, especially back into Nebraska. But again, still this storm trying to recycle here near Champaign, Illinois, just due south of Champaign. It's eventually going to be headed off towards the Indiana side of the border. And then our other 2 tornado warnings down in Kentucky, still active for another 6 minutes. And I don't think we're going to get new downstream warnings on those. So that would be the good news. Will Bratton. Wait, what? What happened? Oh, thank you, Will Bratton. I'm subscribed. I'll be sure to tune in every time. Oh, thank you very much for tuning in. Sorry, I missed that first message somehow because all of the commands. But yeah, Joe Cat, thank you so much for subscribing and trusting us with your severe weather coverage. I really do appreciate that. And it means a lot to both myself and the team. Of course, we do have a very large team here. Okay. We just had an upgrade to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning out in Kentucky. So that has been upgraded now to 80-mile-per-hour winds possible on this storm as it's rolling through Flemingsburg and then down through Hillsborough. I don't think this was measured. Yeah, this was observed. So there was an observed wind threat here. Clearly there was like an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust or something like that. So a destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been put in place out here in Kentucky. This is going to include Bath, Fleming, Montgomery, and Rowan counties in Kentucky. We had another upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. I'm guessing that's the polygon right next to this over here where the tornado warning is. That's my guess. Or maybe it might be this one, honestly. near Portsmouth. We're going to have, okay, it was this one over here near Cynthiana. So another destructive severe thunderstorm warning upgraded here. So now we're looking at Bourbon, Harrison, and Nicholas counties on top of Bath, Fleming, Montgomery, and Rowan counties, all included in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So a very, very damaging storm system here in northern Kentucky. We do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that is downstream here. That was issued pretty well in advance of the line. It has 18 minutes remaining. That one's out here in across Kentucky and Ohio. That one's going to include Boyd, Carter, Greenup, Gallia, Jackson, and Lawrence counties. Is Ark safe? Do you mean like Arkansas? If you mean Arkansas, then yes. You might need to help me out a little more than just Ark, though. Okay, and that tornado warning was lifted for our line of storms here. That was previously pretty concerning. There is still rotation near Vanceburg, but none of these storms have been able to produce. I'm off to try and get food before tornado round 2 begins here. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, you'll be getting more storms in the Cincinnati area later on this afternoon and evening. We do have still this one tornado warning in Kentucky that is probably going to get lifted or just allowed to expire anyway. Within the next 2 minutes, it will expire. And then I don't think we're going to get a new one there. So our only tornado warning is going to be in Illinois here with the Champaign storm that is trying to recycle. You're welcome, Joe Cat. Have a great rest of your day. Looks like now the warnings in Canada are polygons. Yep. It's a very, very big piece of news for our friends at Environment Canada. All right, and this tornado warning is going to expire here in Kentucky in just about 45 seconds. So our only tornado warning is going to be for the Champaign, Illinois area. All right, and there goes that tornado warning in Kentucky. All gone now. So one tornado warning for Champaign and Douglas counties in Illinois as this storm is attempting to recycle. It's not capable of producing a tornado right this second, in my opinion, but it definitely could recycle and produce another one soon. It did already produce a tornado here in Illinois not terribly long ago that was on the ground for at least around 5 minutes. Then we have destructive severe thunderstorm warnings in Kentucky right now.
A new tornado warning.
And we did just get a new tornado warning in Kentucky. I'm guessing that's going to be for this near Jackstown. And there it is. Yeah. So it's for the storm near Jackstown, and that one's going to be a 29-minute severe thunderstorm warning. We got a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota now. Now that's going to be for the Rapid City storm, I'm sure. Probably downstream for baseball-sized hail on this one, as it was already tagged with tennis ball-sized hail moments ago. And that hail core looks ridiculous. Oh my goodness. That is an absolutely monstrous hail core here in South Dakota. This is insane.
A new tornado warning.
We got another new tornado warning in Kentucky, but look at this hail core. This is actually insane. This is one of the most ridiculous hail cores I've seen, like, in a while. Oh my goodness. All of those silvers and grays getting into there, those are 70 plus DBZ values. That is a ton of energy being returned to the radar unit. My goodness, this is a ridiculous hail core. So definitely a good destructive severe thunderstorm warning for the storm. Still hasn't shown up on the map. There it is. So it tagged with up to baseball-sized hail, which is definitely warranted because that looks insane out there in Kentucky. That's a monstrous hail core. Absolutely monstrous. Here's the two new tornado warnings that are in Kentucky. So one of them is going to be for the Vanceburg storm that is headed towards Smiths Creek in Garrison. And that one's only going to be issued for about 30 minutes. It's not going to last even 30 minutes. And then we have another tornado warning for also 30 minutes out here headed towards Olympia, Reynoldsville, Sharpsburg, and Salt Lick out here in Kentucky. And those are going to be for Lewis, Bath, and Montgomery counties. And then, whoops, not that. Back into Illinois. Still looking at a tornado warning here near Champaign as that one's trying to recycle and produce a second tornado. It already produced a tornado just a little while ago. That was an actually insane hail core. Like, that was insane. I'm taking another look at this. This is actually nuts. So again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning out here in South Dakota. This is just south of Rapid City. But look at this hail core, man. This is insane. You can see it's a decently sheared environment. You've got decent tilting with height, not anything insane.
A new tornado.
You get another tornado warning in Kentucky now. But this hail core here in South Dakota is absolutely insane. We're getting so many of these silvers and grays into here. This is ridiculous. Very, very, very strong hail core here out in South Dakota. Again, this is just south of Rapid City. So obviously a very populated area in South Dakota. Well, Rapid City is, I should say. And just south of there, still, somewhat populated as well. This is a monster hail core, baseball-sized hail, mumbo hail, as Matthew Capucci would say, falling out of the sky with this one. This is a pretty ridiculous hail core. Just really, really insane looking. Monster hail core. Here's that new tornado warning in Kentucky.
A new tornado.
We did just get another new tornado warning in Kentucky. They're just putting them all over the place right now. My goodness. I'm guessing maybe that's an extension on the Smiths Creek storm. Something like this is probably what that newest one is. So I don't really think there's anything else that needs a tornado warning. But man, a bunch of tornado warnings just got slapped in place out here in Kentucky. All right, there's that new tornado warning. It is downstream of our Smiths Creek storm. So we are looking at a bunch of tornado warnings out here across Kentucky. I don't really think any of these will produce a tornado, to be honest with you, but it's definitely possible. They're not bad tornado warnings. There's nothing wrong with these tornado warnings. I just think it's pretty unlikely that they will actually produce a tornado. Regardless, these storms are producing some pretty vicious looking winds. We have 80-mile-per-hour winds coming out in a bunch of different areas in Kentucky: Bourbon, Harrison, Nicholas, Bath, Fleming, Montgomery, and Rowan counties. in Kentucky. We also have that baseball mumbo hail out there in South Dakota for Custer and Pennington counties. And then still looking at the storm for Champaign and Douglas counties in Illinois that produced a tornado a little bit ago and is attempting to recycle and produce another. In fact, it looks like it's ramping up to try and do just that here soon. That RFD is trying to reestablish. You can see it's very clearly fighting. Again, still looking at a total of 5 different tornado warning polygons on the map right now. Really 4 different tornado warned storms, though. Getting closer to the Jackson radar. Start using that one out here for northern Kentucky. A lot of storms firing off ahead of the outflow of our main cluster of storms here. That potential derecho. All these storms firing off ahead of it are going to create problems. Wouldn't be shocked with a destructive in Illinois. That storm is no longer considerable warned. It was a little while ago. Yeah, this storm does look pretty insane in terms of these winds, I will say. And there is that destructive. That's a new one, actually. That's for Kentucky. So that's a new downstream destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky. So the weather just not letting up here. Destructive storms throughout very, very dense, or very, very large areas, I should say. Not necessarily super densely populated, but a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. There it is, just showed up on the map. That's the one with the thick black outlines here that I'm going to highlight here in white. That one is a very, very strong storm here. 80-mile-per-hour winds going to be possible with this storm as this line of storms continues to bowl on through Kentucky. So very, very strong storms. I honestly expected them to weaken a little bit faster than they have. They're still going very, very strong as they continue to push on through Kentucky and eventually down towards West Virginia and Virginia as well. 4-inch hail in South Dakota. Did I just read that right? Is that correct? Oh my goodness. This has been upgraded to 4-inch hail south of South Dakota. That is insane. Tennis ball to softball sized hail. That is nuts. Let's take a look at this hail core. This might be one of the craziest hail cores I've ever seen live in terms of it being tagged for 4-inch hail. It doesn't even look as amazing on this volumetric scan as it did a minute ago, but my goodness, this is still a vicious looking hail core, well-sheared environment, really, really insane amounts of energy being returned to the radar. Getting those 60 dBz values launched like almost 50,000 feet in the air. This is just a very, very, very impressive hail core here, tagged for 4-inch hail. Softballs made of ice falling out of the sky. That's insane. That's literally insane. Completely nuts. This is absolutely insane. This hail core that is out here in South Dakota. Again, this is just south of Rapid City. This is a relatively populated area. Obviously, Rapid City, very populated. This is it's a destructive storm. Softball hail can total vehicles. It can completely destroy roofs. It can take down trees even, or specifically like large branches on trees, not the whole tree usually, but this is a very destructive storm out here in South Dakota for Custer and Pennington counties. All right, we got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be downstream here for this part of the storm. So there it is on the map. You just saw that pop up. So that's going to now include parts of West Virginia as well. So a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. 4-inch hail could kill someone if they get hit. Absolutely, yes. Even baseball size hail could be deadly. Now this is, that's 2.75-inch hail. This is insane. Softball size hail is nuts. Very, very active day of severe weather. Our Illinois tornado warning was lifted, by the way. Apparently, Canada's first ever polygon warning is active. Let me see if I can get hold of that. How about that? Okay, here's a look at the first ever polygon warning that was issued in the great nation of Canada, visualized by Canada WX by our good friend Hayden. Look at this. We have a polygon. We have a severe thunderstorm warning on the actual storm here in Canada versus a county-wide severe thunderstorm warning. So really, really cool stuff to see. You don't get to see, it's a bummer that this didn't happen sooner, but this is just great work from Environment Canada to finally make this happen here. As we do have our first ever polygon warning or a storm relative severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning here in Canada. So that's really cool. But again, we're still looking at tornado warnings active in Kentucky right now. We have destructive severe thunderstorm warnings in place across Kentucky and one in South Dakota. We have considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in place across Ohio, Kentucky, and West Virginia. There is a lot going on today. All right. Wow. All right. Did we just get a severe warning in California? We did, actually, for San Diego. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning. San Diego County, this is near Campo or Live Oak Springs, just 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some baby hail possible with that one. Nothing crazy out there. We have another one here near Hinkley, Hodge, and Barstow. That's San Bernardino County, actually. And again, still looking at a handful of tornado warnings out here in Kentucky. Again, none of these really, I don't think they're going to do anything, to be 100% honest with you. This one over here should honestly be lifted near Owingsville. This one should be lifted up here as well near Smiths Creek as the storms moved out of that area. There is still a little kink in the line over here near York. So that's maybe still something to pay attention to. I really think all of this is going to end up being pretty outflow dominant soon here, and our tornado risk is going to very quickly fall off a cliff. Three days left of your membership. That's a bummer. I think if you were gifted yours, that's unfortunate. But again, still going steady. A lot of tornado warnings active in the state of Kentucky. 4 different polygons, really. And then multiple destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. 1 in Kentucky, 1 in South Dakota for 4-inch hail. That's softball size hail, which could be deadly in Custer and Pennington for anyone who gets hit on the head with one of those hailstones. So hopefully everybody in there is getting to shelter. That's just south of Rapid City. And then we have 80-mile-per-hour winds rolling on through Kentucky, through Bath, Elliott, Estill, Fleming, Johnson, Magoffin, Menifee, Montgomery, Morgan, Powell, Rowan, and Wolfe counties. It's a lot of counties across Kentucky. But still have tornado warnings active here. And we're still watching these storms back here near Champaign, Illinois, or this one storm that is attempting to recycle and potentially put down another tornado. It put down one earlier. I don't think it's going to be able to. It looks very outflow dominant now. Looks like that one's not going to be able to recycle. So our severe weather threat is going to be declining a little bit in the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. But not just yet. We still have multiple tornado warnings active, including a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour winds as well. In general, we are looking at tons of severe weather on the map. We have 4 tornado warning polygons, 2 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, 1 considerable severe thunderstorm warning, 20 regular severe thunderstorm warnings, 5 considerable flash flood warnings, 15 regular flash flood warnings. There's a lot going on right now. I'm going to quickly run through all of the active watches. Whoops, that's... Wait, what? Sure. There we go. We're going to go through all of the active watches here on the bottom of your screen. You're going to see in our overlay, it's going to go through all of those watches that are active right now. South Dakota storm as a hook. Yeah, I did see that. I just saw someone just sent me a screenshot. Tim just sent me a screenshot, actually, out here. I think this storm is undercut, though. I mean, you can very clearly see its RFD is undercutting your inflow here. So I doubt that this could become tornadic. I guess it's possible, but I doubt it. As you can very, very clearly see that inflow being undercut here. Man, I really suck at drawing arrows. It does have a hook, though. How's Springfield, Illinois looking for tomorrow? Well, I'll show you. Give me a moment. All right. So tomorrow out in Illinois, we do have a 2% tornado risk. And I would personally think that tornadoes are most likely to be out in this kind of area, in like central Illinois. Now, I definitely wouldn't rule any out, especially in southwestern Indiana. I definitely wouldn't rule any out in that area. And the whole 2%, you definitely can't rule them out. But I do think that a few tornadoes will be possible tomorrow. We are looking at a wind and hail threat there as well, mostly just a wind-driven threat, as a line of storms or a cluster of storms is going to be bowling onto the south throughout Illinois and Indiana as we go forward into the late afternoon tomorrow in the early evening hours. And then we're also looking at another risk for wind and hail back towards Nebraska and the Dakotas. But in general, my main concern is going to be for some possible tornadoes in central southern Illinois. That's my number one concern. Maybe this circle over here. That would be my main concern for tomorrow. And then thankfully, look at this, as we go forward into Thursday, things are finally going to calm down a little bit. Not a whole lot in the name of severe weather over the next handful of days. We do still have some fire weather going on. We do have an elevated risk for fire weather today, and then also tomorrow. Dry thunderstorms possible back towards the north or the Pacific Northwest, and then we have a couple other areas with an elevated risk for fire weather, including the tri-state region of Oregon, Nevada, and California, as well as areas of Idaho and the Oklahoma Panhandle region. You can visualize all of that for yourself on our website, by the way. The link is in the chat for how to view that on our website. It's easy and free, doesn't cost you anything, and we don't gain anything from it. I'm not trying to sell you anything. It's just a good visualization tool. Again, I do think the tornado risk is nearly over here. This tornado warning, the westernmost one near Owingsville, that one really doesn't need to be there anymore. To be honest with you, that's near Mount Sterling on the Ohio side of things. Or not the Ohio side, excuse me. Mount Sterling on the Kentucky side of things, not Mount Sterling, Ohio, which has been frequently asked about in our chat lately. I do think this tornado warning that has 21 minutes remaining on it, they'll probably keep it. But the other two, they're going to allow to expire, and I don't think they'll issue new ones. I don't think new ones are necessary. They might issue a new one towards like Sandy Hook or Newfoundland, but I don't think it's super necessary. I don't think these storms are going to be able to produce anything. So we have 5 minutes remaining on those two tornado warnings out here in Kentucky. And then again, 20 minutes remaining on this tornado warning, which is also, of course, in Kentucky. Weather Wisdom, good to see you back in the chat. How you doing? How you doing? We have had so many tornado warnings today. Meteorologist OA, how you doing? See you out there in the chat. Again, still 3 tornado warnings remaining out here in Kentucky. 2 of them will expire in 4 minutes. Oh, you're Redbird. Okay, I got you. How's it going? So apparently out of Cincinnati, more than 85,000 homes are without power. It's a headline that I just got like an automated notification from Google.
A new tornado
So we did get a new tornado warning in Kentucky. I'm guessing that's going to be for the Sandy Hook, Moorhead kind of area, this type of area. If it's for the Owingsville one, I'm going to be very surprised because I don't think there really should not be a warning there. This one should be allowed to expire. We're going to find out in just a minute what it's for. Currently in tornado warnings, by the way, are Carter, Lawrence, Elliott, Morgan, Rowan, Bath, and Montgomery counties across Kentucky here. And we're still looking at a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky as well. The South Dakota storm that was previously dropping softball-sized hail, now just dropping less than baseball-sized hail. There's that new tornado warning. It's actually further north. I don't know what this is for. Why? Okay, I don't really honestly know what this tornado warning is for. I'm not understanding this one. I don't know why we're putting a tornado warning. Maybe the Charleston radar has something to say about it. I bet you that's what it is. No? Okay, no, I got nothing. I have no idea why that tornado warning's there. But I don't know. Anyway, still a couple of tornado warnings that are going to expire here in Kentucky pretty soon. We still have that storm up in Illinois that is concerning if it can recycle, but I think it's not going to be able to recycle to produce another tornado. Of course, it produced one earlier. All that, everything out up here is getting really contaminated. And then out in South Dakota, that storm did have a hook, but it's undercut by its own RFD, which is still the case here. Still does have a hook, still undercut by its own RFD. So that inflow is going to be smashing into a brick wall. And it's very unlikely that this one would become tornadic as a result. You can just see there's like literally no rotation in there whatsoever. And yeah, this Kentucky business, I really have no idea what this new tornado warning is for. I have no idea why that's there. We have this one that's going to expire less than 2 minutes. Both of these will expire in less than 2 minutes, actually. It wouldn't blow my mind the way they've been warning everything to get a new tornado warning that's just going to include like anywhere in this white square. For some that's already included in a tornado warning. There's a
tornado warning.
That one is actually in Illinois. So they issued a new tornado warning for the Illinois, or excuse me, that's Indiana. Pardon me. They just issued a new one for Indiana here. I'm guessing that's for this, where we have a little bit of a comma head action trying to get going here. So yeah, new tornado warning issued here near Cayuga or Newport. See if I can find any traffic cameras up there that we could take a look at. Trying to find any traffic cameras maybe that are looking off in that direction. Looks like I'm not going to really be able to, huh? That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. That's fine. Again, still a tornado warning, though. It has been issued up here in Indiana for Fountain Park and Vermilion counties. If we had a tornado, it would be near Cayuga. And it really doesn't look impressive to me, but still something there for sure. It maybe even be an anticyclonic tornado if we had one. Yeah, Kentucky, very, very active. Still got that destructive severe thunderstorm warning and 2 tornado warnings remaining out here. I don't really think that either of these tornado warnings particularly need to be there. This one's fine. They could let this one go until it expires. That has 14 minutes remaining. This one that they just put up really has no reason to be there. I have no idea why that's there. No business being on the map, but that's fine. The other 2 tornado warnings have expired, though. So, and again, I do think that the severe weather threat is going to significantly begin to decline, or in terms of the tornado threat, I should say, is going to significantly decline here over the next like 30 minutes or so. And again, that storm in South Dakota does have a hook, but that RFD has completely undercut the inflow. So I don't think that one is going to be capable of producing a tornado. And the storm in western Indiana near Cayuga, that one could be producing an anticyclonic tornado. So a tornado that's spinning clockwise instead of counterclockwise. If it did do that, it would be just west of Kingman here. That looks okay. So that'll be one to watch closely here over the next few minutes. A lot going on around the map. Still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky, producing 80-mile-per-hour winds. A considerable out there as well with 70-mile-per-hour winds. So our only considerable or destructive severe thunderstorm warnings on the map right now are now here across Kentucky and into West Virginia, even a sliver of Ohio as well. It's going to be for these stronger winds rolling on through the tri-state region, essentially, of Kentucky, West Virginia, and Ohio. That's where we have those tornado warnings as well. And we also have a tornado warning back in Indiana, closer to Kingman, Cayuga, or Newport. And that looks to be weakening a little bit. And still watching down here in Kentucky. A couple of tornado warnings with 11 minutes remaining on them. I really don't think this northernmost one needs to be on the map. I think that's for Carter and Lawrence counties, maybe. Is that what this is? Or no, that one is Boyd, Carter, and Greenup counties, I think. Yeah, I don't think that one really needs to be on the map. But this one for Carter and Lawrence counties could definitely stay on the map for the last 12 minutes or 10 minutes, whatever, of its life cycle. Also, still the severe thunderstorm warning in Alberta. Yep, that is true. Yeah, with how aggressively they've warned things, I'm surprised that they don't have a tornado warning for this region, but they do for this region. Like, that just makes no sense to me. But again, that's okay. Nothing necessarily wrong with it. National Weather Service is, of course, the rule of thumb, the golden standard. Even if you disagree with them, at times as a meteorologist, you got to still support what they do and have their backs, because if you conflict them, it can be very confusing for the public. But about 10 minutes, just less than 10 minutes, remain on these two tornado warnings. And then the one in Indiana, by the way, that one is 24 minutes remaining on it. And honestly, it doesn't really look very threatening to me. I don't know that this one needs to really be maintained for very long here. It might get lifted earlier. This stuff's still insane. All right. I have one of those Walmart prepackaged, ready to eat hard boiled eggs for a snack. Dude, that sounds awful. not to be that guy, but that sounds terrible. All right. Don't need to be rude. That does not sound appetizing. Yeah, I'm not a hard boiled eggs fan. That's just me personally. Yeah, I really think that these tornado warnings are just going to be allowed to expire in 6 minutes here, and they're not going to get new ones issued. Still going to check in on the storm in western Indiana as well. I wouldn't trust any Walmart prepared foods. Yeah, I wouldn't exactly either. I did want to share with you guys some really, really crazy stuff. I'm going to link this in the chat. Just some absolutely insane footage that came from Drew Brummel from earlier today. And that was up in Indiana, where we had some absolutely ridiculous winds, like literally insane. Just crazy footage that he captured earlier today while he was storm chasing for us. Just insane. Click that link and check out that post. That's absolutely nuts. You put the snacks we have on a wheel picker on my phone, and that's what it landed on? That's crazy. Absolutely insane footage. All right, that tornado warning has just been shrunken down, but they have maintained it. It has 19 minutes remaining on it. It doesn't really look very threatening to me. And then down in Kentucky, that's the one in Indiana, by the way, Western Indiana. Down in Kentucky, Still 4 minutes remaining on these tornado warnings. That'll probably be allowed to expire. And I don't think we're going to get new ones issued on this, but we might. But I think it's unlikely. I don't think we need new ones on this, but it is possible that they do it anyway. All right. Amazing footage on that link. Yeah, no, that stuff is nuts. Those hanging streetlights reminds me of something I've seen in Daytona Beach. Yeah. Now that's, I mean, literally insane footage. Absolutely insane. Just crazy winds out there in Indiana earlier today. And again, there's still really strong winds right now on this storm. It is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that's about to expire. But it was tagged for 80-mile-per-hour winds. There have been still some very strong winds out there today in Kentucky. Tommy Garrett coming into the chat saying, I was outside mowing the property when the wall of wind started to hit here in southern Indiana. Cut it close, but just made it. Yeah. Plus, now you don't got to pressure wash the mower. True. You literally got Mother Nature's pressure washer out there. Take care of that for you. We got 2 minutes remaining on these tornado warnings. The one in Indiana was lifted, which I think is the right decision. So we're about to have no tornado warnings on the map for the first time in a while here, unless we get a new one in Kentucky, which is possible, but I don't think it's necessary. And that would be the first time we didn't have a tornado warning active on the map in a while. But again, currently in tornado warnings are Boyd, Carter, Greenup, and Lawrence counties in Kentucky. And that's all about to expire in just over a minute here. Back towards western Indiana, still looking at this storm as well. That has maybe a little bit of potential to produce a tornado later on, but I think it's pretty unlikely. If it was going to happen, it would be with this region here near Hollinsburg as it continues in whatever direction it's going to continue on in. And by whatever direction it's going to continue on in, I mean to the southeast. We can see where the storm's going. You can see it's starting to bow out a little bit too.
A new tornado warning.
We did get a new tornado warning in Kentucky. Okay. So we did, in fact, get one new tornado warning here in Kentucky. We did, in fact, get two new tornado warnings here in Kentucky. So we have two new tornado warnings in Kentucky now. The old ones are literally on the verge of expiration in like 15 seconds. The new one should pop up here any second. Okay, well, it says we have no tornado warnings. That's not true. I know the map is blank. The other ones are there. They exist. So for Elliott, Menifee, Morgan, and Wolfe counties, they're going to show up on the screen here in just a second. The second wave, as it continues southeast, might end up hitting us harder than the first line did by the time it hits here in Jennings County. Yep. Yep, it very well might. I don't know exactly where Jennings County is, but I do believe you. The second wave is going to be pretty strong too. I mean, really, this is already the second wave because of the morning wave too. And then there's going to be another wave that's going to come through later on this evening. A lot of storm action. Whole lot of storms. Okay, maybe those tornado warnings were a mistake, actually. Because they're not showing up on the map. They've been lifted from the radar. That might have been a mistake. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even know what just happened. It's in the county southeast of Columbus, Indiana. Ah, okay, I got you. I think maybe those tornado warnings were like a mistake or just like didn't happen or something. I don't know what that was because they were definitely issued. The National Weather Service's API, they were definitely issued. We just get a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning though in Kentucky. That much I think did definitely just happen. Today's storm has preliminarily been confirmed or surveyed as a derecho, by the way. Okay, where is this destructive severe thunderstorm warning? Is that going to pop up for me? I'm a little confused what's going on. If maybe that destructive was the one that just got lifted, maybe? Because it said new. The National Weather Service's API might be messing up on us here. Trying to figure out exactly what's going on. No, okay, there's that destructive. Okay, the destructive was real. The destructive is real for 80-mile-per-hour winds down here in Kentucky. That's going to be for Breathitt, Magoffin, Morgan, and Wolfe counties here in Kentucky. And I think the tornado warnings, that one I think was a mistake because I think they were instantly canceled. But they're not showing up on the map for me nonetheless. Or they might be real. But now I'm a little confused. All right, hang on. Yeah, no, I don't think those tornado warnings are real. I think they're sitting on a throne of lies. So I think we have no more tornado warnings for the moment. We probably won't get any for a while. I'm hoping not anyway. But we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for the next 25 minutes out here in Kentucky still for 80-mile-per-hour winds. I don't know why I'm not looking at this from the Jackson radar. Yeah, so that's mostly for what's going on near Lee City. My goodness. We definitely have some sort of crazy burst of energy going on here near Lee City. That's insane. So that's why we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. It's this blue swath where at only 500 feet in the air, these winds are being sustained well above 80 miles per hour. Even like around 85 to maybe even closer to 90 miles per hour. Yeah. And that energy is quickly going to dissipate. You're going to see, it literally just downtrended again on the latest radar scan here. So that's going to continue. There's those two tornado warnings, by the way. They showed up for like 2 seconds and were immediately canceled. They didn't even show up on the map for me. They're only showing up in retrospect. I'm so confused as to what just happened with those. But anyway, they're not there anymore. I don't know what that was about. But we're looking at very, very strong winds out here near Lee City in this destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And it's probably going to get downgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning within the next 5 minutes. as all that energy looks like it's starting to expend itself here. Yeah, I don't know. Something must be wrong with the National Weather Service's API, because those warnings have been said to be maintained, but obviously there's nothing there. I don't know. Mr. Freiberger with the raid, as it looks like he's getting off for the day after a long day of severe weather coverage for you, I believe. You were live before I was. I didn't get to go live as early as I wanted to, but I appreciate the raid, my friend. And big welcome to everybody who is tuning in from Evan's feed. Freiberger. That's funny. The French fry and the burger emoji in the chat. That's incredible. I like that. So yeah, again, I think our tornado threat is pretty much zero at this point. I don't know what these phantom tornado warnings are that are evidently being maintained. They only show up in hindsight here. It's these 2 tornado warning polygons. They're not real. They sit on a throne of lies. I don't know what just happened with those. I don't think they're actually in effect. And again, we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here that was definitely warranted, but is probably going to get downgraded now as that energy has been expended. You can see near Lee City, probably just got absolutely blasted with like 80-mile-per-hour winds, maybe even up to a 90-mile-per-hour wind gust. And then now, that storm will probably get downgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It probably doesn't need to be a destructive anymore. Thank you all who are coming in from Evan's feed, by the way, for tuning in. We did get another new destructive severe thunderstorm warning apparently in Kentucky. But the National Weather Service's API seems to be having some issues right now. So it's definitely possible that that's not real either. We're going to find out in a minute here if it was real or not. If it was, no, that's definitely real. So a new destructive, interesting. I don't know that one's really all that necessary here. But we have a very, very strong gust front here that is rolling on through this region. So that's what the destructive is for. It's tagged for up to 80-mile-per-hour winds on that storm. Also 1-inch hail, maybe a couple baby hailstones tossed into there. But yeah, 2 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings on the map. We do have a considerable out in Montana for Carter and Fallon counties. That one has got a pretty solid looking hail spike out there as well, producing golf ball sized hail. And then still the considerable south of Rapid City. That one's still producing up to 2-inch hail. So it's tagged for, and it tried to become tornadic quite a while ago, but that RFD had significantly undercut it. This storm is definitely not capable of producing a tornado. But down in Kentucky, that's our number one concern, where we do have a considerable and 2 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. That's also going to include slivers of Ohio and then a part of western West Virginia, west of Charleston as well. Again, no traffic cameras on the side of the screen right now, as there aren't really any in the area that I can really get a hold of. Actually, in Charleston, I can. I didn't think about that. See if I can find any good views out of the West Virginia area, as these storms are kind of beginning to make their way off into West Virginia a little bit. Not a lot of these cameras are working for me here. Trying to see if I can find anything decent here. I made a big pot of roadkill stew in case I lose power. Well, alrighty. Am I going to go back online later? I probably will not end up going live again tonight, but it's possible. If things seem like they're going to explode in the Dakotas, and maybe I'll go live again, but I've already done over 4.5 hours of broadcast today. And we've been live for like, I don't even know, like over 15 hours in the last 3 days. So I do need to get a lot of work done. I got to eat at some point too. Got to do my laundry. Got things to do for work. Got things to do. All sorts of things to do. Got to get stuff done for my TA work as well. So we'll see. How was the move transition? It was good. I'm all settled in. New studio down here. And we got some incredible new things to share with you guys. I cannot wait. Less than a week. We are less than a week away from some really big time things coming. So can't wait to share all that with you guys. But again, still looking at 2 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings for 80-mile-per-hour winds, as well as a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that is headed into West Virginia for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The main area of concern for those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts headed into West Virginia is actually not in West Virginia yet. I would be mostly worried about near Louisa, and then 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible as we start rolling towards Jackson, especially. But I don't really think the destructive is necessarily needed here. I think a considerable would do the trick for these storms. But these destructive severe thunderstorm warnings only have 17 minutes remaining. It's very hilly in Beckley, West Virginia. Yep. A lot of West Virginia is pretty hilly, to my understanding anyway. I've never been out there. I'm going to check in on the storm in western Indiana, just west of Indianapolis here, that tried to become tornadic earlier. And keep in mind, this is the same storm that it originated as a discrete supercell that produced a tornado just south of Champaign, Illinois, a little like over an hour ago, maybe an hour and a half ago or something, hour ago. I have no idea when that was, to be honest with you. I'm losing track of the time, but either way, still some stronger storms out here across Kentucky, moving into West Virginia as well. Shady Grove Trailer Park. I don't know where that is. You might need to give me like a city for reference. But yeah, we have a big time Boeing segment here. Big old storm that has preliminarily been confirmed as a derecho by the National Weather Service. It's not very common that you get a storm that is preliminarily confirmed as a derecho while it's still ongoing. Apparently, there's some business going on in Nebraska. Yeah, maybe something going on here to pay some attention to. This looks like all of this is very outflow dominant, though. See those outflow boundaries getting kicked out away from those storms. Our storm near Rapid City no longer in severe thresholds anymore, as that one is significantly weaker than it was earlier. Maybe some small hail still possible in there. Out in Montana, we're still looking at golf ball sized hail. That's going to be for Carter and Fallon counties. And of course, our number one concern is down here in Kentucky. Such a blob. Yeah, that's right. It's been a long heck of a line, or a long line since like 9 a.m. Yeah, this has been a very significant wind event for a while today. And again, it's not over just yet. We're going to have that second wave that's going to come through in a little while. I'm going to go ahead and show you the latest run of the HER. This is the 20Z HER. So this is right around, let's see, this is supposed to be around now, this frame here. And you're going to see this line will continue off and begin to weaken eventually as it moves down towards the Carolinas. But then that second wave is going to start, and really this is like the third wave, just in the last 24 hours. This is going to start to fire off back towards Indiana, even near Chicago, and it's really going to hit areas like Cincinnati pretty hard, and Indianapolis.
A new tornado
We did just get a new tornado warning in Kentucky. But again, yeah, more storms going to fire off into the overnight hours here throughout Indianapolis, Cincinnati, and even parts of northern Kentucky, maybe towards Louisville. And that's going to continue even into the morning hours on Wednesday. You're also going to notice that there is a possibility that we get some discrete supercells that fire off out here in the Dakotas. And I do think there is a genuine threat for tornadoes out there. And I talked about this in our forecast video yesterday morning. I was pretty surprised that we didn't see a 2% tornado risk issued until today. They didn't issue that until, I think, like the 11 a.m. update today, that they added that 2% tornado risk, but it's only in South Dakota. But I do think these storms could be capable of producing a tornado. It's kind of difficult to just pull good soundings with these, but doing my best. Excuse me. You can see it. These ones are tagged for marginal tornadoes. There is a lot of 0 to 3 kilometer storm relative velocity, upwards of 270 meters square per second square, which is pretty good. LCL is very low, and plenty of mixed layer cape. So, I mean, definitely a lot of possibility to get some tornadoes out in the Dakotas later on this evening. Thank you. Juan, good to see you in the chat. Doing pretty good. Can't complain. Okay, where's that tornado warning? Or is that another phantom tornado warning in Kentucky? Is that what just happened? These make-believe tornado warnings that keep showing up? What's going on here? So there it is. So it only shows up when you go back in time. Like, what is going on? It's like the API is definitely messed up or something. But they did issue a tornado warning for this, and I don't think it needs a tornado warning at all. Anyway, I have no idea what that tornado warning is. I don't think actually we do have a tornado warning. I think that was another phantom tornado warning. Something wrong with the API maybe. I don't know what that was, genuinely. This is not just GR2, the application I'm using. If you look at this on any other radar, you're going to notice the same deal. That tornado warning doesn't show up. And the other ones were doing the exact same thing. So yeah, I really have no idea what's causing that, but I don't believe there are any active tornado warnings in Kentucky, and there really don't need to be, even if there are supposed to be. Yeah, I do use GR2. It's the cream of the crop. You got to use it. It's good stuff. Very good stuff. There are other good programs out there, but there is a reason that GR2 is the industry standard. You know, it's just a very good program. It is a little dated, but when you know how to work with it, it is really, really, really good. Okay, so apparently it was, you're seeing on Twitter from the National Weather Service that it was published as a tornado warning, so not a false one, just an API issue, apparently. Interesting. Well, it definitely doesn't need to be there. There does not need to be a tornado warning there, whether there is or is not. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning that is considerable tagged back into South Dakota. We can go and head on up there. Take a quick look-see at it. I'm assuming it's for the Rapid City storm. Maybe has reached golf ball hail size again. Maybe here near Hermosa or Keystone. Not sure. I'm sure that'll show up on the map for us in just a minute. Cavemen need weather updates too. Fair enough. Yep, there's that considerable. Tag for golf ball size hail, just like we were talking about. It's going to last another 53 minutes, and this is south of Rapid City. Hasn't really moved much, this storm. It was producing softball size hail earlier, mumbo hail, ginormous gorilla hail earlier on. Obviously not doing that now, of course. Producing golf ball size hail, which can still deal significant damage to vehicles. Even roofs. We're going to stay live here for just about 15 more minutes, and then we're going to cut things off. We'll go until we can crest that 5-hour mark on the broadcast here tonight. And we've done a lot. We've been live a lot the last few days. We're going to be live again tomorrow, at least at some points. I don't know exactly what that'll be like just yet anyway. But we did, let's see, we did 6 hours and 20 minutes on the 9th, which was Sunday. We did 5 hours and 11 minutes yesterday, and we are going to do 5 hours again today. So we've been live for, it'll end up being about 16 and a half hours when we end this broadcast in the last 3 days. So it's been a very, very busy couple of days, and we're not done yet. We're still going to be live again tomorrow as well. We're not done yet for today. We still got another 13 minutes. We're going to hang on together, make sure that we see out these destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, which are tagged for about 7 more minutes here. We might get new downstream considerable severe thunderstorm warnings here. I don't think this is needing a destructive tag at all. Okay, I see what's happening. So I do have something to share really quickly from James Pettis on Twitter. We can quickly show, and I'm going to go ahead and retweet this too. We've been trying to figure out what's up with these phantom warnings. So essentially what's happening is the Jackson office is having an issue transmitting warnings, and they're not coming out on time. So they're like a 20-minute delay. So that's why some of these seem so out of place when there isn't any rotation, because they're showing up 20 minutes late. So if you're in the path of those storms, Pettis is saying, seek shelter. 80-mile-per-hour wind spin-up tornadoes are a legit threat with this line, which is all true. All of that is true, what he's just said there. But most importantly, I don't believe there are really any active tornado warnings right now with these storms, and there really doesn't need to be. However, there is the threat for spin-up tornadoes with this line, just like there has been for the entire day with this line of storms. Apparently, there is a tornado warning for Hazard and Jackson counties, Kentucky, and Avawam, Kentucky, until for another 21 minutes, apparently. So. But apparently there are a couple of tornado warnings active, I guess, or at least one. I mean, I have the National Weather Service's API here, which I can see the warnings, what they're supposed to look like on the map. But there is a new one that was located over Gosneyville or near Campton, moving southeast at 55 miles per hour. And this is for Breathitt and Wolfe counties in Kentucky. Or that one's already expired. But apparently there is one that's going to last until 6:30 p.m. Eastern time or 5:30 p.m. Central time, another 20 minutes here. That one's for Hazard, Jackson, and Avawam counties in Kentucky. We did get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Indianapolis, or in Indiana, near Indianapolis. I'm guessing there's going to be a smaller considerable that's going to pop up here near this Boeing segment. Somewhere in here, I would guess, is where that considerable is going to show up. We're going to find out that considerable should show up any minute for me here. Unless it's delayed also. But I think it's just, okay, there it is. Yep. So it was exactly what I was circling there. So we got some stronger winds, areas like Cloverdale, Quincy, Cataract, Eminence. This is just southwest of Indianapolis, all included for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Just a localized increase in winds there at that Boeing segment in Indiana. And again, the Jackson office in Kentucky running into some issues, but still strong storms capable of at least 70-mile-per-hour winds, maybe up to 80-mile-per-hour gusts in some localized instances, as well as the potential for a spin-up tornado or two being possible in there. I personally don't think there's really much of any threat for a significant spin-up tornado threat here. If there was one, it would be, in my opinion, it would have been up in this area. If there is an active tornado warning that we just can't see. Of course, a little while ago, there was one back near Campton. We know that one was, in fact, intentional, that tornado warning. I personally don't think there was anything there, but that's just me. Doesn't seem like it's active now, at least. Yeah, the tornado warning for Elliott County in Kentucky has just been expired, at the very least. The latest severe warning from the Indianapolis National Weather Service also came out 8 minutes late. Interesting. Yeah, I think you're right. I do think you're right. And that would make more sense too, because it was a little while ago where these winds looked like they were worthy of that considerable. It was near Putnamville. So that would really make sense. Yeah, there's definitely some funny business going on here with the National Weather Service's API, and it's not coming at an opportune time with how much severe weather is active today, and obviously another day of severe weather coming tomorrow. We got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the same storm in Montana, I believe. Or maybe it's this newer one over here to the west of Camp Crook. Yeah, it is. So that's going to be for golf ball sized hail. So a pair of storms up here with golf ball sized hail in the southeasternmost corner of Montana. And then still a pretty destructive line of storms bowling through with 80-mile-per-hour winds in localized instances. Other gusts maybe hitting 70 miles per hour or 60 miles per hour at different times. Out here in Kentucky, pushing on through Charleston, West Virginia as well, and other parts of West Virginia soon. Yeah, clearly some funny business going on with the National Weather Service's API. I'm not entirely sure what the issue is, but severe thunderstorm warning in Connecticut. I see there's still one for San Diego County in California. Yeah, there is. New Haven, Connecticut, in a severe thunderstorm warning. How about that? You don't get that all the time. This storm is like riding a boundary here. It almost looks like the type of storm that could potentially become tornadic with a little mini supercell action. The environment doesn't seem all that favorable. Those destructive severe thunderstorm warnings in Kentucky have expired, by the way. We did just get a new one now. So we got a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky. Oops, let's go back down. I don't know when it'll actually show up on the map. It might not show up for a while here. We got another new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota. Man, this system just will not let up no matter what happens here. It just does not want to let up. Another polygon in Canada. We got our second ever Canadian polygon. Let's take a look. So our original one has been long since lifted, I believe. Here's that new one. So we got a new one south of Calgary. A new polygon. How about that? They actually do a pretty good job issuing their polygons soon. I like the little arrows where it tells you storm direction within the polygon. That's pretty cool stuff. So cool stuff from Environment Canada there. And here's that destructive that has now loaded in. That is an absolutely enormous destructive severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. And it did come in at least 6 minutes late, it appears. It was issued, well, okay, 7 minutes late, I think. And it's tornado possible tagged. Man, this is absolutely enormous. Let's read off all of the counties that are impacted by this. Breathitt, Floyd, Johnson, Knott, Letcher, Magoffin, Martin, Morgan, and Pike counties across Kentucky. Honestly, I'm surprised it's not even more than that because this is a massive, massive area to put a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for. Have I done any storm chasing? Yes, I do storm chase. Pretty textbook rear inflow jet on the Boeing segment in Indiana. Let's take a look at it. I don't even think it's severe. Wait, what? It is severe warned, but it's not showing up for me. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, you can definitely see very, very strong influence of the rear inflow jet as we have that Boeing segment continuing to form, and we're getting that little bookend system that tries to form on the northern side of it. Very stereotypical with these types of storms. Very, very strong storm out here as well. Definitely was capable of producing those 70-mile-per-hour winds. I don't know if it is now. I don't really think it is now, but was a very strong storm regardless. Still is a pretty strong storm. Probably making them big in case they're delayed. That might be true. Yeah, Canada's polygons, Environment Canada's polygons have been very good. That considerable severe thunderstorm warning for West Virginia, by the way, was just lifted here a moment ago. Or it was actually downgraded and shrunken down rather than lifted. So things are continuing to calm down a little bit out here. Reed, who issued that warning in Kentucky? That's not the right one. Hang on. That's still Jackson, no? Yeah, the destructive in Kentucky. Yeah, they do say it's moving southeast at 85 miles per hour. Interesting. I don't know if it's moving 85 miles per hour. But man, I tell you though, this is still a very, very powerful wind segment here. Very, very powerful winds on this storm. It was issued by Springfield, Missouri. What? For me, it says it was issued by Jackson. We did get a new considerable as well that isn't showing up on the map yet. I'm assuming that's also here in Kentucky. All right, we do need to go ahead and end our broadcast here because I do have a lot of work I got to get done. So I'm going to go ahead and first of all, thank you guys so much for watching. But I'm also going to go ahead and see if we can raid John McKinney as he is live. I'm guessing that other offices are maybe trying to issue the warnings to avoid this lag issue that's happening here, but I really don't know what's going on. Redirect. That's what I have to do. All right, we are going to do a raid here for John McKinney. He's an incredible storm chaser, really nice guy. I got to meet him up in Nebraska a couple of months ago. So really great guy. Thank you guys so much again for tuning in. If you could like and subscribe, I'd greatly appreciate it. Never required, always appreciated. Yeah, when we get to John McKinney's stream, make sure to let him know that you came from me. So thank you guys very much for tuning in and enjoy John McKinney's feed. I'll see you guys tomorrow because we will be live again tomorrow. Everyone stay safe out there. We'll see you soon. How does this work? Do I have to end the stream and then it sends you guys there? I think that's what I have to do. Okay. We'll do